Welcome back to the channel. This is Trendy Storm and you are watching What If Immortal Naruto travels to Bleach universe. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
10,000 years. 10,000 years have passed since I succeeded Rei Hime as Kyuubi no Kitsune. Living in a cave with my beloved Tenchi, Rei Himatasa, I have been watching over the world for all these 10,000 years. She had informed me that I would be replacing her as the newest Kyuubi and that my body was changing into a demon's when I was 14 years old, all those millennia ago. I knew she loved me, and I loved her, having known her for 10 years. Since I became a genin and became a recognized adult, we have been together. The world has experienced both periods of war and hopelessness as well as periods of peace and equality among the fundamental nations. Sound and grass were at war with leaf and sand when I was 15 years old. Even after all these years, Kumo and Iwa were still impacted by the Third Great Ninja War, so they remained neutral alongside Kiri throughout this whole situation. I connected Leaf with Wave, Spring, Waterfall, and other small villages. The conflict continued until I turned 17, at which point Grass had given up and Sound had been destroyed. Sasuke Uchiha, his favorite boy toy, killed the hubby, Teme. Following that, my godfather, Jiraiya of the Sannin, had to go and be killed by Pain, the Akatsuki leader. Another terrible incident occurred a month after the war, the Akatsuki strike. While I was away completing my training in Toad Sage Arts, Akatsuki suddenly struck on a typical day in the village of Leaf. Together with the other members, Zetsu, Kisame, and Konan, the false leader, Pain, launched an attack. Before I was called, the Leaf forces were being massacred. I faced all 9 of them in the final showdown, along with Pain's 6 bodies and the other 3. I swiftly killed Kisame by striking him in the head with a Rasengan. I knocked Konan out with an A-ranked fire jutsu. Zetsu was a cunning jerk, but he was destroyed when I used my Rasen Shuriken on the ground. It was a very difficult battle between Pain and me. Basically, you are familiar with the battle itself if you have read the manga. Following her peaceful departure with the bodies of her 2 closest friends, Yahiko and Nagato, Konan woke up. Following our conversation, Nagato gave his life to bring all of the dead Leaf residents and ninja back to life, and I was greeted as a village hero, as I should have always been. The council and the villagers are so naive. My best friend and secret cousin, Sasuke Uchiha, was killed by a new Hokage, the treacherous bastard Danzo, shortly after the battle with Grandma Tsunade in a coma. The final confrontation between Madara Uchiha and me was the next moment that altered the course of history. All those years ago, my beloved was forced to attack the Leaf by the fucking bastard. It was a longer and more difficult battle than even my battle with Pain. He was ripped to pieces when I finally used my Rasen Shuriken. Before Chan, who had awoken from her coma before I did, saved me. I had returned to the Leaf village bruised and on the verge of death. I had a great time during my long absence. For me and my friends, Sasuke's attack was likely the most devastating event that followed. Team Hawk launched their attack while the village was still recovering from the Pain attack. Everyone put up a fierce fight to defeat them. With their senseis, Teams Guy, 8, and 10 engaged Jugo, Suigetsu, and Karen in combat. In the meantime, Team 7 was reuniting in the council chambers, where Sasuke had murdered 2 village elders but Danzo had escaped. The Neo Sannin battle, which would be remembered for centuries, had now started. Sakura with the slugs, me with the toads, and Sasuke with his snake summons. Despite our best efforts, the bastard had killed Sakura with his S-ranked jutsu, Raiden Kirin, even though the battle itself was beyond cage level. I was pushed over the edge by that, and boy did it. I immediately changed into my 6-tailed form, and since I am the Kyuubi, the effects were no longer dangerous. He then displayed his trump card, Curse Level 3, after flinging Sasuke around. When I finally killed him, I sobbed while holding the dead bodies of Sakura and Sasuke. I had to go all the way to 8-tailed to match him. As if the gods were crying, the greatest downpour in the elemental nation's history struck, and the entire world was in tears. That day also marked the completion of my bloodline. Only 2 people were able to lift me out of the depression I had fallen into after that day. Of course, Hana Inuzuka, the sister of Kiba, and my darling Rei. After our first few dates, I told her everything, including who my parents were, that I was the new Kyuubi, and that Rei and I were in love. We had been chatting and talking for a month before our relationship blossomed into love, and even Rei accepted her. We made love after a few more dates because she didn't care about the bad things. Before the incident, where I discovered Hannah dead and raped after returning from an A-ranked mission, Hannah, Rei, and I had been lovers for 6 months. When I learned that Danzo had ordered her death, I lost control of my rage and transformed into my four-tailed form, making Rei Chan's attack appear to be a toddler's tantrum. During the investigation, blood was found on every wall in the entire Root headquarters. Danzo and every other member of the Root were exterminated. I asked the Shinigami to take Hannah's soul to heaven for me in exchange for 100 pure evil souls during our first conversation after the incident. I killed every single pure evil soul I could, but it took me nearly 7,000 years. I left the leaf after the incident, but not before I had tidied up my father's estate and made copies of every scroll, including the Forbidden One, in the Hokage vault. I left the village once I was finished and prepared. I had traveled the world studying jutsu and recording every village's jutsu. I was now Flash Fox, the first SSS ranked missing nin in history. I had taken all of the written jutsu from the shinobi world and compiled them. I had completely mastered all of the jutsu over the 1st century, to the point where they were almost instinctive. On my right shoulder, each jutsu scroll was sealed into a tattoo seal. The world changed as a result of numerous events that occurred over the course of thousands of years. First, a disease that spread throughout the country made it impossible for humans to use chakra, but not demons like me and my lovely mate. The emergence of the Samurai Age, also known as Rurouni Kenshin, came in second. I learned the ancient sword art of Hidden Mitsurugi Ryu from Kenshin Himura during that period, and in order to avoid killing him, I used a reverse blade sword. Following that, civilization advanced to the medieval era, but the demon gates opened, allowing demons to roam the world unchecked until my old friend Sparta and I drove them back. This marked the end of humanity. Sparta gave his life to seal the gates because he knew they wouldn't be closed otherwise. Over the centuries, as civilization attempted to rebuild, the gates were opened once more. With my assistance, my old friend Virgil and his twin sons, Dante Sparta, were able to seal them off once more, but at Virgil's expense. The demon gates were then forced open one final time, allowing the devils and demons to roam once more. This time, a group was formed that opposed them and worshipped Sparta. One of them was my old friend Nero, Sparta's last son. The devils and the rebellious prophet, Sanctus, were ultimately vanquished by him, Dante, and me. Since the gates were permanently sealed, Nero gave me Yamato and Red Queen after the protracted battle, allowing him to stop hunting demons. I got rebellion from Dante's desire to spend his days eating pizza and listening to heavy metal. The world went on as though nothing had occurred. The world soon entered the age of the pirates, yes, One Piece, who were at war with the Marines and the world government. Gold D. Roger, the first pirate king, and the 4 Yonku, or the 4 kings, particularly Whitebeard and Shanks, were all good friends of mine. Roger eventually informed me that he would be using a cave close to mine as the hiding place for the so-called One Piece when he was about to be put to death. Over time, a group of pirates known as the Straw Hat Pirates gained notoriety as the strongest in the world. Red Leg, Zeph, a pirate cook, taught me his red leg style when I encountered him while exploring the world. I became the second master of the Santoryu style because I possessed what were likely the most powerful blades in the world. Roronoa Zoro himself was the true master. I had finally located Force Edge, the final blade I had been searching for, after the pirate era was over. I've settled down with my sweetheart, Rei, now that I have all 3 of my old friend Sparta's blades. Santoryu, Hidden Mitsurugi Ryu, Swordmaster, Trickster style, Rebellion style, and Darkslayer style, Yamato's style, are the sword styles that I am proficient in. I simply learned every technique with Red Queen and Force Edge because there are no predetermined styles for them. I am proficient in the Red Leg and Hummingbird styles of Taijutsu, which were developed by the Forts. Because of Jiraiya's and my father's notes, I am also an expert sealer. Additionally, I am descended from the world's last living lineage, the Sharingan, or Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as it is currently known. My name is Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uchiha, the last of the Uchiha and Namikaze families. This is my past, and this is my future. Now through a cave's entrance, the sun shone. Perched atop a mountain, it was a stunning sight from the entrance. There is a perplexing sight inside this cave. The cave leads to a magnificent cavern, with a modest two-story house located in the center. There was a porch and a mahogany exterior to the house. The cavern surrounding the house was stunning, with the sun's rays creating rainbows and an ethereal glow as they bounced off the slightly damp walls. Then, should we go inside? There is a typical living room with a coffee table in the center, a couch, and a lounge chair. Further investigation reveals a dining area and kitchen of average size. How about going upstairs? 3 doors lead upstairs. One to the library, one to the guest room, and the third to the master bedroom. We hear a faint moaning sound coming from the master bedroom as the outside light filters through the windows. A king-sized bed with 2 figures sleeping comfortably together can be found in the aforementioned room. There was a dresser in the corner and another next to it. The master bathroom was to the left of the door, and the walk-in closet was to the right. Let's return to the 2 figures. There was a male figure and a female figure. He was a man with blonde hair that flopped over his eyes and everywhere else. He had blonde fox ears on the sides of his head, 2 sets of 3 whisker marks on his face, and canines sticking out of his mouth. A tattoo of a skull and crossbones, with all the jutsu scrolls sealed inside, was placed on his right shoulder. The kanji for edge, force edges seal, was in the center of a tattoo on the left shoulder that showed a heart with 2 blades piercing it at 2 different angles and what appeared to be blood dripping off of it. Tradition was tattooed in blue kanji, Yamato's seal, on a black tribal design on his chest. His left forearm bore the kanji of resistance, rebellion seal, while the woman's right forearm was covered in a black tattoo featuring the red kanji of honor, Red Queen's seal. In reality, the blonde's nails were sharp claws. On the woman, a sheet was placed over the remainder of the male's body. The woman's head rested on the blonde's chest as she slept soundly. As though she had a wild night, the woman's blood-red hair was disheveled, wink wink. Like the blonde, she had 2 red fox ears on the sides of her head that twitched in response to her lover's tiny breaths. Her body had all the right curves, almost like that of a goddess. Despite being covered by the sheet, her assets were at least 38 degrees Celsius, making them the ideal size. They were also round and plump, fitting perfectly in the blonde's hand. Mumbles. Lucky bastard. It appeared as though there were 2 gods or goddesses sleeping peacefully. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining directly into the cave entrance. Because the house was facing the entrance, the sunlight was perfectly directed into the blonde's closed eyes. The blonde groaned in frustration and attempted to shield his eyes from the sun with his left hand, but was unsuccessful. The blonde groaned again and opened his eyes slowly, revealing 2 azure orbs. Damn sun, the blonde complained, then attempted to sit up but was unable to do so. His eyes softened into ones of love and affection upon seeing his longtime redhead lover and friend. He kissed the redhead on the forehead, wrapped his 9 blonde tails around her nude body, and gently raised her out from under her so as not to wake her. As he walked to the bathroom to take a shower, he gently placed the red-headed goddess down, who whimpered at the loss of her personal pillow, causing the blonde to laugh silently at the adorable sight. When we look at his calves, we can see that both legs have a barbed wire tattoo that covers the entire calf. A massive tattoo of a black dragon and a phoenix spiraling upwards, with the heads close to his neck and the tails wrapping above his waist to form a heart with the kanji for N+R, was placed on the blonde's back. All of the tattoos are fine, but the first 3 are summoning tattoos for his blades, and the rest are just regular tattoos. Additionally, there were 2 tiny, nearly undetectable slits on the blonde's back's shoulder blades that are difficult to notice unless you focus on them. The redhead began to awaken to the sound of the running water while the blonde was taking his morning shower. Her ruby-red, nearly blood-red irises, with a black slit running through them, are visible as her eyelids fluttered open. She began extending her arms as she was getting ready to sit up, and the sheet slipped off her, exposing her upper body and showcasing her 9 blood-red tails to the world. After stretching completely, she looked around and discovered her ruby-red kimono next to the bed. She quickly grabbed it and put it on. At that moment, the bathroom's water supply was cut off, and the blonde emerged wearing only a towel around his waist. The 2 exchanged a warm smile as they looked at one another. When the blonde said, "Morning my Tenchi," the redhead woman's smile widened and she approached him, putting her arms around his chest and leaning in to whisper. After exchanging passionate kisses and looking into each other's eyes, the woman entered the bathroom, gave the blonde a final wink, and slowly closed the door. "Morning my koi." The blonde muttered as he went to his dresser to get dressed before going downstairs to prepare breakfast. "I'm not sure if I love it or hate it when she does that." A few minutes later, the blonde descended the stairs donning black cargo pants with lots of pockets and black steel-toed boots with a flame pattern along the bottom. A black trench coat with the kanji for Foxfire in red on the back was worn over a black vest with several pockets and a mid-dot arm sleeve that hung down to his elbow before stopping to reveal his abs and chest. To put it another way, the blonde looked fierce. He went to the refrigerator and took out a carton of milk, orange juice, bacon, and sausage. After 15 minutes, the red-haired goddess appeared, clad in a blood-red kimono that accentuated her curves and accentuated her well-proportioned hips and ass. The blonde was already preparing a pot of coffee on the counter and setting the table for the two of them. Before looking up to smile and lean in to give his lover a kiss on the lips, the blonde was reading a newspaper. While the redhead was preparing her plate, the blonde said over his paper, "Well Haim, I think it's time we go." The redhead looked up as she was eating and said, "Oh, you want to leave today? Why so soon?" The woman sighed as the blonde remarked, "I know, but since this world doesn't need me anymore, since there isn't any more chakra left in the world, we should leave to another world." "I guess you're right, but first we will need to talk to Vincent.San, random name for Shinigami, about our departure. And also you had wanted to meet your parents before we left anyway, so we can kill two birds with one stone," the redhead said softly and made the blonde's eyes. The woman laughed at her lover's antics as the man firmly stated, "I have been waiting for that moment my entire life, Ray. Hyman, there isn't a soul on this planet that will stop me from seeing them." The newly named Ray put the plate in the sink and went upstairs, saying, "Well, I'll go start packing, okay Naruto.kun." Naruto, who had just been given a new name, stood up, cleared the table, and began washing the dishes while holding his coffee cup in one tail and sipping from it. Naruto and his lover, Ray, also known as the old Kyuubi no Kitsune, have lived here for more than 3,000 years. After he and her left the world alone, Naruto constructed this location by hand. Foxes, nearly extinct mystical creatures like dragons and phoenixes, and any other creature that was willing to live in a peaceful ecosystem found refuge in the land of Whirlpool during that time. The kings of the dragon and phoenix clans declared Naruto to be the keeper of the lands, which explains the tattoo on his back. He has now determined that the strongest and most compassionate eight-tailed Kitsune should be the new Kyuubi and steward of the so-called Forgotten Lands, since the supposedly extinct mystical beasts have started to thrive. He had selected two Kitsune, Shippo, Silver, and Suda, Ivy, but he was fortunate that they were both engaged. Later today, he would call Shippo to assume his new title because Suda could control his irascible behavior. His to.do list as of right now was as follows. 1. Gather your possessions. 2. Declare Shippo to be the Forgotten Lands keeper and the new Kyuubi. 3. Say goodbye to the two royal beasts, the King and Queen, Dragon King and Phoenix Queen. 4. Call Vincent, explain the departure, and have a conversation with him. 5. Before departing, meet the parents. 6. Turn on your jutsu and get out of this dimension. He and Ray were only at the top of the charts thus far, but it's a gradual process, and since they are immortal and connected, they have all the time in the world. We changed it so that she would leave all of her limitless chakra in the seal and have her mind and soul manifest in her former half-demon body. Yes, it is true that the seal couldn't be destroyed unless we both wanted to die, and we don't want that. Even now, the seal continues to seep Ray's chakra into my already nearly divine supply. Being that this is a Bleach and Naruto cross, I have chakra equal to 1/20th of Ryotsu's power, so while Naruto's chakra would condense in the Bleach world, it would continue to grow over time because of the seal, and Ray's endless chakra would remain inside the seal. Additionally, since he essentially had to die to transform into a demon, he is already a soul with a physical manifestation of his body on Earth. Ray eventually regained her 9 tails of chakra with adequate sleep, which took a full week. Naruto completed the dishes and put them away after reviewing the mental checklist. He reasoned that he would offer Shippo and Suda his house as a temporary residence, and that if necessary, they could build a larger house out of the materials he had accumulated over the years. He went upstairs to the library to retrieve his books after he had finished putting everything away. Naruto had been collecting books from all over the world because he was 10,000 years old, but his favorite was Jiraiya's instant classic, The Legend of a Gutsy Ninja. When he first read the book, he discovered that it was essentially his entire life until he fights Pain, at which point it ends because Jiraiya claimed that his producers didn't find it appealing and he quit writing it. Hell, he defeated Nagato all those years ago because of that book. The conclusion of the Naruto manga's Leaf vs. Pain saga. He discovered the Master Scroll in his private library, where he had sealed all of his books. Naruto spent an entire week creating the Master Seal, which created an infinite pocket dimension. He and Rei could essentially fit in the seal in their fox forms and still have plenty of room, and because of the extra room, they occasionally use it to have some fun, wink wink. Let's move on to Rei while Naruto was getting another tattoo seal applied to himself. As of right now, Rei had completely sealed up the couple's clothing and essentials. They didn't have much that wasn't already in their mindscape, which is Naruto's personal pocket dimension. The blonde's mental image has been a wide, open field with a blue sky and mountains in the distance ever since she gained her freedom. All of his knowledge, money, and personal belongings, including his swords, jutsu scrolls, and soon.to.be books. Yes, all of his sealing tattoos are connected to the vault in his head, were organized and securely sealed to prevent anyone from entering. You don't live for 10,000 years without amassing a sizable collection of gold, jewels, and valuables, mostly from the Pirate Age. She was wearing red heels now, but she was still in her kimono. As she left their room, she noticed Naruto emerge from the library. The two walked downstairs grinning warmly as Naruto packed away their belongings and used clones to do a last-minute cleaning, leaving the house immaculate. After Naruto locked the house with a key, the two left it and proceeded to exit the cave into the sunlight, where they were greeted by a stunning scene. The cave had a perfect view of the valley because it was above it. The couple could see ponds, a few lakes, and expansive forests from their vantage point. There were animals scuttling along the ground below, and the magnificent dragons and phoenixes were flying high in the sky for their morning flights. People bowed their heads in respect when they passed the couple because Naruto had made the Forgotten Lands the greatest place to live ever. With his tireless efforts, the blonde, assisted by earth dragons and thousands of clones, had expanded the island into a continent that was still several miles from the elemental countries. Naruto used seals to create a massive interlocking genjutsu seal that covered the continent and deterred onlookers. Additionally, Naruto created a pocket dimension with the aid of an additional set of seals, making the mountain's caverns appear enormous even though they weren't. In essence, it's a small cave, but because of the seals, the end of the cave opens up into a spacious cavern for the dragons. According to Rei, the mountain is an inactive volcano that hasn't erupted since the first demon war 50,000 years ago, and when the couple looks up to the summit, they can see the phoenix roosts that have taken up residence there. The mountain became the ideal location for the phoenix and dragon roosts because of the heat from the subterranean lava. Naruto shakes his head from his thoughts and walks with Rei to the Kitsune's den to talk to Shippo and Suda. Animals and creatures that had paused to observe the two bowed their heads before continuing on their way through the forest. The couple soon arrived at a sizable cave that descends the hillside. After alerting Rei, who had covered her ears, Naruto put his fingers to his mouth and blew a loud whistle that reverberated throughout the cave. The whistle had a particular pitch and was actually a summoning whistle, which is used when a higher-ranking kitsune requests a particular kitsune. Shortly after, two medium-sized animals with 8 tails each emerged from the cave's entrance. The bigger of the two was Shippo, who lives up to his name because of his silvery fur. In contrast, Suda was light brownish in color. Same color as Sonic's tails. The two bowed their heads before speaking as they got close to Naruto and Rei. "What is it you need of us, Kyuubi-sama?" Shippu's harsh voice asked. "I have called you two because as of today me and Rei Heim shall be leaving this world and I have come to choose you, Shippo, as the new leader of the Kitsune clan," Naruto said with an authoritative voice. Shippo asks, "And may I ask why you two are leaving, Kyuubi-sama? And also why choose me when there are better candidates than me?" After being shocked by the abrupt promotion, the blonde laughs, but he responds. The reasons as to why we are leaving is because the humans have learned to live without the Bijuu's protection and guidance anymore. And I chose you because 1. You and Suda-chan are going to get married soon, 2. The two of you are the right chose to take up my job as caretaker of this land that I had called home for the past 10 millennia, and 3. You two are the strongest kitsune under my leadership and also are the most caring, so the Forgotten Lands would still be treated just like I have treated it over the millennia. Naruto then smiled with compassion as he presses Rei against himself. The kitsune in front of them were both astonished and delighted, and they were also a little ashamed that they had been called out on their engagement for the reasons. The kitsune both blushed red and got little nosebleeds when Rei said, "He's right, you know. You two have been caring for this land as much as we have, and hopefully you two can live happily as caretakers and lovers, and also just to mention it feels good doing it fox style." Suda was more affected than Shippo because she was the one having sex, and Naruto laughed. Alright, Shippo said, controlling his blush, though he stumbled a little, "I'll become the new leader Kyuubi. Sama and Rei. Sama." The two kitsune were left alone as Naruto and Rei proceeded to the phoenix and dragon roosts. Naruto bowed and said, "Excellent. Now you two may go and inform the clan of my decision and tell them that we will miss them. Right now we need to go and tell the Bahamut and Hisui, Jade, about our departure. It has been a privilege to be your leader, you two." After walking for half an hour, Naruto and Rei reached the main council room, where Naruto would assist the leaders of both royal clans in keeping watch over the smaller clans. There were currently 10 chairs and 2 thrones arranged around a sizable rectangular table in the room. The room was too small to accommodate several elder dragons and phoenixes, so both kings and every council member were in their human forms. Bahamut, the Dragon King, was seated in one of the 2 thrones at either end of the table, while Hisui, the Phoenix Queen, was seated on the other. 5 members of the Dragon Council and 5 members of the Phoenix Council were among the 10 chairs. When the 2 clan councils saw Naruto and Rei standing at the door, the king and queen of their respective clans raised their hands, causing the lively meeting to end abruptly. When he was spotted, Naruto walked over to the table with Rei beside him, grinning somewhat dejectedly. When the dragons and phoenixes began to descend upon the Forgotten Lands, Hisui and Bahamut were both just hatchlings, which made him sad. They had been raised by both Rei and Naruto until they were prepared to assume the roles of Phoenix Queen and Dragon King. For the 2 clans, Naruto and Rei served as a sort of biological mother and father. Everything on the island, including the land itself, adored the two because Naruto had restored the once droughty lands of the southern region of the lands to their former glory. Therefore, the 2 clans' departure was going to be devastating. Welcome Naruto.2.san and Rei.ka.san. Bahamut said in a gruff voice with the greeting. Hisui's angelic voice also said, "Yes, welcome to the meeting 2.san and Ka.san. 1. The king and queen looked at their mother and father figures with concern as Naruto said, his voice growing sad at the end, "The pleasure is all ours, Baha.kun and Hisui. Chan. We have some news we would like to give to both councils." Concerned, Bahamut asked, "What is it that makes you sad, Tucson and Kasan?" Hisui nodded, and Rei responded melancholy. Sigh. "We have come here to tell you that me and Naru.kun are leaving this dimension and heading to another one to explore and live out the rest of our immortal lives there. I know you two will protest, but we have made our decision and we are leaving after we have finished a couple of things. All we ask is for you two is to keep taking care of the land that has served as a home for us all for all these years." When Naruto saw Bahamut's dejected expression and Hisui's sobbing face, he opened his arms and uttered 6 words that caused the 2 of them to leap into his arms, knocking him down and causing him to cry on his chest. "Come here, my Ijo, beloved daughter, and Isoku, beloved son." Rei began to comfort the 2 sobbing clan leaders when she saw Naruto wave her over, so she complied and gave them all hugs. The 2 cried for at least 10 minutes before returning to their chairs with dejected expressions. As the 2 individuals who had served as their mother and father figures bid them farewell, the entire table fell silent. However, before they did so, he promised to make 2 permanent blood clones of them with seals that would enable them to draw energy from nature to survive over time, which made them slightly brighter. The couple then departs to carry out the ceremony that calls for Vincent, also referred to as the Shinigami, and informs them of the plan. In order to summon him from his keep in the Shadow Realm to the human realm, Naruto needed to unseal a specific letter that Vincent had made that instructed him on how to create the extremely intricate summoning seals. The letter reads as follows. Greetings. Kyuubi.san, to avoid causing a rip in the time-space continuum, as the last person nearly did so long ago, please follow the instructions below if you ever need to get in touch with me. Regards. The Shinigami Vincent. A detailed illustration of the summoning seal and all the materials required to create it was included beneath the message. Since it consists of roughly 100 separate seals connected to a main access seal that was created by combining special ingredients, Naruto thought it would take forever to create. All of this indicates one thing to the blonde. This day is going to be very long. As the picture depicted, the seal was completed and flawless after nearly 12 hours. Because everything had to be flawless and nothing was out of place by more than a foot, the blonde had to complete everything by hand rather than using clones, which was extremely taxing. The seal's diameter was almost as large as that of a Rashomon. Naruto and Rei stood in front of the seal, prepared to pour at least one tael's worth of chakra into it and call forth the Shinigami himself. The demon gate that Orochimaru summons to defend himself against the Kyuubi menacing ball from Shippuden. After exchanging glances and grinning, the couple nodded and placed both of their hands on the seal before beginning to pump one tael's worth of chakra into it each. Everything was normal at first, but then the seal began to glow dark red, then brighter and brighter until it was bright crimson, like the fur on Rei's fox form. The numerous seals and kanji inside the enormous seal then began to migrate toward the central main access seal. Before the chakra began to move in its direction, it took a total of 15 minutes for each seal and kanji to move to the focal point. Then, like a top, the main access seal began to spin, and it spun faster and faster until a tornado formed over it. The tornado then began to grow until it was as tall as the couple in their fox forms and as wide as the circle. Then, as the tornado began to slow, a portal appeared, which grew larger and larger until one, then two, ethereal arms began drawing its body through, revealing the Shinigami's head and face in all their splendor as it eventually passed through the portal, floating above the access seal. When Vincent's soulless black eyes opened to look at its summoners, he is slightly taken aback by the smiles of the couple in front of him. The Shinigami's voice, which is eerily serene and powerful, could break the heart of a weakling. It has been so long since I have made an entrance onto this plane, my friends. What is it that you want of me? Naruto smiled and got a nod from the god of death. It has been what? 9.10 millennia since we last spoke to one another, my old friend. And I would like to tell you something and also a favor to ask of you. Yes, it has been that long since we have seen each other, and I am thankful to mention that Hana.san is doing alright in heaven. Basically heaven and hell are the same places for every dimension, and also I am only having one other person from the Naruto universe in Soul Society, and I already mentioned her name up in the dialogue. Everyone else was taken by the Shinigami and eaten. Okay. Now what is it you need to speak with me about, and what is this favor of yours? Well, first of all I would thank you for telling me about my other beloved, Vincent.san. Second, I would like to tell you that me and Rei Heim here are thinking of leaving this dimension and head to another one and get away from all this responsibility, especially after the other 8 Biju returning to hell and passing on their titles to their last containers who also have left for hell. So I called you here to tell you goodbye, and also one last thing you could do for me before we depart. Naruto responded. Well, I must say that this is sudden and that even I didn't predict this. Hey. Well, my old friends, I say my goodbye to you both. Now what is it that you need of me before you leave? This time Rei spoke with a gentle voice. Vincent.kun, is there by any chance that Naruto.kun could see his parents before we leave, since it would be the only chance to speak to them? After receiving 2 enthusiastic nods, Vincent said, I might be able to do just that, but the maximum amount of time I can give you is 2.3 hours before they must go back to the land of the dead. It will take me about 5 minutes to get the incantations finished, so you will have to wait. He then closed his eyes and began chanting something under his breath, which caused an odd breeze to blow by and the waves near the cliffs to become a little more aggressive. Vincent opens his eyes as he utters the last words, Alzati e venir a faccia cio di qui ha chiesto per la vostra presenza. Arise and come forth to face that of which has asked for your presence. Following 5 minutes of non-stop chanting, 2 figures then appear with 2 bursts of bright white light. The first was a man whose face was half hidden by his unkempt blonde hair. A personalized leaf headband hung over his forehead. Like Naruto, The man had two cerulean eyes. The couple notices that he is dressed in a light green flak jacket over a black muscle shirt. He is dressed in multi-pocketed black cargo pants and is wearing black ninja sandals. The kanji for yellow flash is displayed on the back of a white trench coat. This man was Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze, the fabled Kiroi Senko and Yondaime Hokage of the Leaf Village. There was only one word to describe the woman: beautiful. From the photos Naruto obtained from the family estate, she did not do them justice. Her long, midnight, black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her face was flawless, with two distinctive black eyes. She looked well endowed and curvaceous in a lavender kimono. She wore house sandals on her feet. This woman's battle skills and deadliness made her nearly as feared as Leaf's Kiroi Senko. She was referred to as the Black Angel of Death or Kurihime, Black Princess. This woman was Naruto's mother, Kushina Namikaze Uchiha. It took the two legends 2 minutes to get used to their surroundings. Kushina turned her head away from her husband as she was shocked by what she saw. She thought it was an exact replica of Minato, minus the haircut, different clothes, and whisker marks. Before hearing two magic words that made them happy and joyful, Minato and Kushina both had shocked expressions on their faces. Naruto stammered, not entirely believing what he was seeing. T2.san? K.Ka.san? Until he felt a hand squeeze, indicating that Rei was there to support him. When the blonde in front of her nodded, Kushina asked softly, her eyes of her temporary body welling with tears, Naru.kun? Minato and Kushina rushed at Naruto, who rushed at them as well, causing them to collide and embrace with tears streaming down their faces. This event would be permanently etched in the memories of the momentarily reunited family. At the joyful moment, Rei and Vincent stood or drifted to the side of the spirit. When Rei saw her beloved finally reunited with the two people who gave birth to him, she was overcome with tears. The three wiped their eyes after sobbing for 5 minutes and turned to face one another, grinning. Minato and Kushina for seeing their Sochi for the first time since their birth all those years ago, and Naruto for seeing his cousin in Tucson. As Minato tries to comprehend, he hears a voice that has been permanently etched into his mind to speak. So Sochi, why have we been revived? I mean, I should be in the Shinigami's stomach for all eternity and your mother in the land of the dead with her dead relatives. Not that I am complaining though, because this is all of a sudden. As the two gaze at their son, who turns his head away to the ground, the god of death said, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uchiha, you two have been temporarily revived as per a favor of the current Kyuubi no Kitsune, Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. With a note of fear in her voice, Kushina questioned, Naru.kun, is he telling the truth? Are you truly the Kyuubi now? Which caused Naruto to wince and turn his gaze further to the ground. Naruto only managed to say, hi, before preparing himself for the impending hostility from the two individuals he held in the highest regard, namely Hana and Rei. Minato asked, how did this happen, Naruto? Which caused him to look up in shock that they hadn't screamed anything at him. Naruto shrugged, believing it was his parents who loved him too much to care, and began to speak. Thanks to the seal that you used on me, Rei, Heim's chakra started turning me into a half demon, and since it was inevitable that I turn into a full demon at age 21, she and I made a deal that made me the new Kyuubi and for her to have her freedom. And ever since then we have been in love and living on this land that is now known as the Forgotten Lands. Naruto continued to look down. Then Kushina asked a question that had been on her mind for some time. Anyo, Naru.kun, could you please tell us how your life was while we were dead? The 4-5 if you include the Shinigami, arrived at the house where Naruto and Rei have been living for a long time after he nodded and waved for them to follow. Naruto began his lengthy life story while seated in the living room. The entire review of Naruto Namikaze Uchiha's life took at least 2 hours. It would be a huge understatement to say that Minato and Kushina were shocked, upset, and depressed. That would be equivalent to saying Jiraiya is just a little pervert. After they passed away, they were astounded by everything that had transpired in Naruto's life. Resentful of the village that Naruto spent the first 20 years of his life in, Naruto's account of what had happened to his second lover, Hana, left them feeling depressed. As Minato rubbed his wife's back to comfort her, Kushina sobbed into his shoulder. Minato's face was hardened. Sitting opposite them, with sorrow in their eyes, were Naruto and Rei. Kushina turned to see her son's head pointing down after she had stopped crying and dried her face. Naruto sighed and looked up, but instead of his typical blue eyes, he saw two red ones with intricate patterns inside. The two people in front of him gasped when they saw it. It's essentially a 9-pointed black star with a red, upside down 9-point star inside the first one. Kushina asked, Naru.kun, what happened to your Sharingan? After gathering her courage. The blonde began to explain that it was his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the last form of the Sharingan, while he sighed once more. Additionally, he began to explain how he obtained the Mangekyo by killing Sasuke and then taking his eyes at his request in order to continue his legacy. Being Fugaku's younger sister and a member of the head clan, Kushina was aware of the Mangekyo's powers and the negative effects of overusing them. However, Naruto explained to her how to combat this by taking the eyes of a relative who also possesses the Mangekyo and replacing them with your own eyes. This creates a completely new pattern that eliminates the possibility of blindness and grants the person immortality, even though Naruto is already immortal. It would be an understatement to say that Minato and Kushina were taken aback. Although they were aware of the Mangekyo's advantages and disadvantages, their son had all the positives and no visible drawbacks. Everyone in the room looks at the blonde as he says, now that my life is out of the way, how about I get down to the first thing I wanted to tell you too before you leave. He smiles and completes his sentence, I love you Ka.san and Tu.san. The words, we love you too, Sochi, caused both parents to cry and embrace their son. Naruto even drew Rei into the embrace, causing her to yell in shock. Naruto then grinned and gave her a passionate kiss on the lips before embracing 3 of his 6 most significant loved ones. Then, with a mischievous smile, realization appeared on Naruto's face, sending a chill down Kushina's and Minato's spines. Naruto's question, Anyo, Ka.san, Tu.san, would you like to meet your adopted grandkids? Caused Rei's eyes to light up with insight as well. Despite the shock and joy shining in Minato's and Kushina's eyes, there was also a faint undertone of fear due to the couple's smiles. When she heard Naruto begin to laugh mischievously, she began to regret her statement, of course Sochi, where are the little ones? He got up and left the house, with the others trailing closely behind, saying, O Ka.san, you are going to flip when you meet my adopted children. He went to the council chambers where he and Rei had been earlier today. 10 minutes later, said the council chambers. When the group entered the chambers, they noticed that despite the fact that there were 12 people seated at a table who were a little depressed, they were engaged in lively conversation. Then Naruto cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. 2 blurs later, he was on the ground, being hugged to death by a handsome man and a pretty woman, while the blonde was laughing hysterically. The Dragon King and Phoenix Queen looked up at her as if she had grown a second head, but then they noticed Minato and Kushina staring at them with wide eyes. Now Baha.kun and Hisui. Chan, that's no way to treat your father in front of your grandparents. Rei reprimanded them. Naruto laughed at what he saw. With a hint of joy in his voice, Naruto said, all right, introductions are in order. King of the Dragons, Bahamut Namikaze Uchiha, and Queen of the Phoenixes, Hisui Namikaze Uchiha. I would like you to meet your grandmother and grandfather, Kushina Uchiha and Minato Namikaze. Wide-eyed, Minato and Kushina cried, D. Dragon King, P. Phoenix Queen. Yes Ka.san. Tu.san. I have raised these two since they first hatched with the help of Rei as a favor to some old friends of mine who were the old leaders of the 2 royal clans. Pretty much I am the father figure of almost every single creature on this island and Rei is the mother figure. There is no one here that doesn't look at us like that, but these 2 are my favorite and I adopted them. The final sentence caused both of them to laugh. After getting off her adopted father, Hisui got to her feet, bowed to Kushina and Minato, straightened up, grinned, and began talking. After she finished, Bahamut stood up and put his arms around her waist, causing her to lean back into his chest. This made both Rei and Naruto smile at their kids, finally acknowledging their love for one another. It's an honor to meet too. San's parents, as he once told us stories of you when we were still hatchlings. As Naruto proudly remarks, finally you 2 admitted to each other that you love one another because I seriously thought we were going to leave before this happens. Congrats you 2. The 2 blush because they were unaware that their parents knew they were in love. Kushina and Minato were also grinning at the sight of the new couple embracing with affection. Keep in mind that since the two are the leaders of two distinct clans, there is no incest of any kind and they are not actually brothers and sisters. Naruto simply calls them his children. Naruto asked, receiving nods from everyone, "Well, since you only have an hour or so left before you have to go back, let's go enjoy some time as a family, nay?" Bahamut's voice echoed, receiving nods from the 10 individuals still seated at the table as they began to depart to visit their families. "Okay, council members, let the meeting end for today and we will pick up tomorrow." Back at the house of Naruto and Rei, the family began joyfully conversing with one another about a variety of subjects after they arrived at the house and took their seats in the living room. Hisui was seated next to Bahamut, with his arm around her waist and her head resting on his shoulder, while Rei was seated on Naruto's lap, lying up against his chest with his head on top of hers. They were in the same place as Kushina and Minato. After 50 minutes, the three couples are still sitting there, enjoying the joyous atmosphere, when Naruto hears what appears to be Vincent whispering in his ear. Everyone in the room turned to watch Naruto as he sighed, saying, "Naruto-san, it's almost time for your parents to depart and return to the land of the dead now." Kushina questioned, "What is it, Naru-kun?" Naruto sadly replied, receiving dejected nods from his parents. Vincent said that it's time for you to go back, Ka-san. Minato sadly said, "Well, I suppose this is it, eh?" "Yeah," his son said, causing him to sigh but make him smile. Everyone nods in agreement as they say, "Well, I guess we should head back to the circle, nay?" Returning to the summoning circle, Minato and Kushina stood in the center of the circle, grinning piteously at their Sochi and his girlfriend while they gazed at their grandchildren. Minato made a joke that made everyone laugh one last time. "Remember, you four, we love you with all our hearts and hope that we will see you again in the next life, that is if you ever get there." Together, Naruto, Bahamut, and Hisui say, "We love you too, Ka-san, Tu-san." The god of death, who stood over Minato and Kushina, said calmly, "It is time." Rei abruptly asked, "Hey Vincent-kun, could you do me one last favor?" Which caused the god of death to turn to face her. "Could you please allow Minato-san and Kushina-san into heaven as one final request from an old friend?" This caused the two people beneath the god of death to look shocked, and the other three to look surprised as well. As the Shinigami nodded, he began to speak once more, saying, "As one last favor I shall, Oni-chan." Minato and Kushina were then teleported to heaven, Soul Society, and Vincent departed with a warm smile on his face after giving her shocked older sister one final look. The god of death's words startled Rei, and she allowed a stray tear to fall down her perfect face. As she sobbed at finally learning what had happened to her long-lost younger brother, Naruto approached her and held her close. In an attempt to calm his sweetheart, Naruto began massaging her back. He was pleased that his love had at last found him after learning about the fate of Rei's younger brother. He looked down at his two kids. "Well, now that we are finished with our list of things to do, we will start the procedure that will allow us to transfer dimensions. But before that I will make that permanent blood clone that I promised, okay?" Naruto said as Bahamut and Hisui nodded. Then, in order to create a perfect clone of himself and Rei, Naruto cut the palms of both hands to cause blood to flow, crossed his fingers, and yelled, "Shishio Bushin." He then applied a special seal to them that would allow them to endure forever by absorbing nature chakra. All those years ago, Naruto had made a clone of this type to assist him in all aspects of his training, including physical training. Following this, he and Rei began assembling the materials required for the dimensional jutsu. They still require a medium for the jutsu to prevent it from unintentionally tearing a rift in the dimensional rift, even though they are the only two beings on the planet with the ability to use chakra. 2 a.m. the following day before dawn, the couple had prepared the space for the jutsu. Bahamut and Hisui had left at midnight because they were too exhausted to stay up. Off to the side, Rei was curled up into a ball and snoring sweetly, just like she does when she transforms into a miniature fox, while Naruto was currently having trouble keeping his eyes open. After reviewing his work, Naruto nodded, stating that he thought it was perfect. A large seal, at least 1/3 the size of the summoning seal that called Vincent to this plane, was in front of him. The part where Naruto had to cross hundreds of seals that ranged in size from his fist to a meter wide was more difficult than the rest. It took him from the time he began at 9:30 until now, but he finished. Thinking he was pushing himself too hard, he grinned and shook his head. He walked to his first true love after turning around. For one final night on this earth, he gathered her in his arms and carried her back to the house in her bridal gown. When Naruto got to the house, he immediately went to their bedroom, laid Rei down on the bed, and then slowly removed his shirt to examine a scar that would always be there. Sasuke's single scar from forcing a Chidori through his lung close to his heart. On his tanned skin, it was only a lighter tone now. He let out a sigh as he recalled those times. He was startled out of his reverie by a groan as he turned to see his sweetheart fingering herself and slipping one finger down her pants. He laughed, crawled up to her, and gave her a passionate kiss on the lips, which caused the red-headed goddess to groan louder. She woke up with a louder moan as he lowered his head and began kissing and biting her neck. Looking into each other's eyes, the couple grinned, and their final night together was unforgettable. 12 a.m. The couple had fallen asleep following 4 hours of passionate intercourse. The couple is now ready to leave this dimension after getting dressed. Surprisingly, Vincent was present along with Bahamut and Hisui. After all these years, Rei finally found out what had happened to her little brother, so she joyfully sobbed as soon as he appeared in his human form, which was essentially Gigai. Naruto and Rei stood in the center of the dimensional seal, staring at a sizable crowd made up of all the people who lived in the Forgotten Lands, after everyone had calmed down and stopped crying. Hisui, Bahamut, Shippo, Suda, and Vincent were all standing in front of them. Naruto chose to speak up after everything had been quiet. Thank you all for coming to see us off today. I know that I should stay here and take care of this land for the rest of my immortal life, but I think I need to go on a new adventure or even go take a nice long vacation. Don't worry, Shippo.kun and Suda-chan will take over my job as the caretaker of this land as a legacy. To you all, remember me as the one that brought you peace and harmony, and I wish you all a good life. Naruto glanced at his sweetheart to see if she had anything to say, but paled a little when he noticed a mischievous glint in her eye. Everyone's attention was drawn to the statement, "Now I know you all might not know of this, but as of yesterday Shippo.kun and Suda-chan became happily engaged, and I have one thing to tell all you happy couples out there." However, Vincent chose to ignore it because he remembered that his sister was a horrible combination of a pervert and a prankster. In order to avoid completely embarrassing everyone, Naruto pumped his chakra into the seal to begin it. With a cunning smirk, Rei concluded her brief speech just before the seal activated, saying, "Just to tell you all, sex is the only way to truly relieve stress. Am I right, Shippo.kun and Suda-chan?" The two then vanished in a dazzling white flash, leaving behind a number of creatures that were flushed and even some that were rendered unconscious by severe nosebleeds. After expressing gratitude for his wise decision, Vincent turned around and saw that Suda and Shippo were both blushing red and embarrassed. He laughed heartily, said goodbye to everyone, and departed the plane once more, only to come back when someone needed him again. Karakura Town, a century before Bleach began. A stunning woman sat on a rooftop that towered over all the other structures. This woman had a track athletic build and stood 5 feet 9 inches. Her hair was the same color as her chocolate eyes. 2 red triangles that appeared to be tattoos were visible beneath her eyes. She had a white hakama underneath her black one. A black obi, which also supported her zanpakuto, held everything together. She was wearing sandals with open toes that were woven. This woman was from Soul Society and was a Shinigami, or Soul Reaper. This woman is Hana Inuzuka, who served as Squad 10's 3rd seat on patrol for the Soul Society. She was bored today, but it was also the day that would permanently alter her life. Hana sighed because she was bored and had nothing to do. She stood up and surveyed the area before scanning her hollow tracker for potential dangers. Not seeing anything, she sighed once more. Just as she was ready to leave for another part of town, a huge Ryotsu spike appeared nearby. And by massive, I mean higher than Yamamoto's when he performs Shikai. Knowing that the spike might instantly bring about 100 hollows, she immediately took off in that direction. To the spike, 2 people were left atop a roof in a white flash. These 2 individuals, Naruto and Rei, stretched themselves to become accustomed to the planet's gravity and to relax their tense joints from the dimension shift. The 2 were surprised when, within the next minute, dozens of creatures with white masks and chest holes appeared all around them. The largest and most likely leader was the first to speak, but he only said one sentence. It roared, "We are going to eat your soul." Before all the hollows attacked, but the two were unfazed and eager to witness combat as soon as they arrived in this new world. Actually, before he opened the seal on Yamato and Red Queen, Naruto was beaming maniacally. Red Queen was thrown to Rei, who easily caught it, slammed the tip against the rooftop, and then revved it to turn the blade red. Before speaking to Rei, Naruto simply tucked Yamato's sheath into his belt and smiled even wider. He received a laugh in return when he asked, "How about a bet, love?" She got a "hi" in return, then said, "You're on, love." Then the slaughter started. "Who kills more wins and loser pays for dinner for the next month?" she asked. Returning to Hana, Hana saw something that frightened her as she was racing toward the spike. Up ahead, a huge number of hollows charged what appeared to be two people on a rooftop. Before the hollows could consume the enormous quantities of Ryotsu and become S-ranked hollows or worse, she needed to get there. 10 more low-ranked Soul Reapers then materialized beside her. A Soul Reaper said, "Hana, Sama, what should we do?" But a loud shout of, "Look!" cut her off as she was saying, "What we're going to do is save those souls, and we're going to do it now." The group's jaws were slack and their eyes were wide as they looked at what the person was pointing at. The two individuals were slicing through the hollows in front of them as if they were nothing. The male of the two was coming and going more quickly than a Shinpo. The woman was using a sword that appeared to be on fire to cut into hollows. The hollows were being torn apart by the two as if they were chew toys. Before she launched her own attack, Hana told them to get out of shock and assist the people. Returning to Naruto, Naruto was enjoying himself immensely. He was destroying these creatures before they could harm him thanks to his proficiency in the hidden Mitsurugi style. After slicing Yamato through his 31st hollow, he caught a glimpse of 11 individuals in black hakamas brandishing swords beginning to attack the creatures as well. He dismissed it and resumed his murderous activities. Before a blood explosion erupted from the 10 hollows he slashed apart, he vanished once more and reappeared while sheathing his blade. As he watched his beloved destroy her share of these creatures, he smiled. After hearing a man scream, he turned to see one of the rescuers being engulfed by some hollows. After letting out a sigh, the blonde fled to kill the aggressors. Everything stopped attacking and stared at Naruto in astonishment. The Soul Reapers, terror, the hollows, and lust. Rei, as he released what he thought was chakra into his eyes when he appeared in front of the Soul Reaper. After that, he opened both Force Edge and Rebellion, closed his eyes, and opened them again to reveal his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Holding Rebellion in his right hand and the unsealed form of Force Edge in his left, he placed the Yamato hilt in his mouth. He then assumed a stance before gasping for air. Search for Force Edge on Google. Then click on the Sparta Force Edge website. There is a picture of both its sealed and unsealed forms. Everyone was observing him when he abruptly vanished without a trace. Then there came the roar of a demon. Everyone except the hollows turned when they heard the sound of a sword being sheathed. Naruto was kneeling, with Force Edge back in its seal, Rebellion on his back, and he was slowly sheathing Yamato. A huge explosion of blood from all the hollows being torn to shreds was heard when a click echoed around the silent rooftop. Hana and the 10 Soul Reapers were terrified by this. Rei was staring at the blood with lust that was nearly uncontrollable because she had witnessed her love rule in a cruel and heartless manner. Onigiri, Demon Slash, was barely audible, but it reverberated so that everyone could hear it. Returning to Hana, Hana could not speak. These two individuals leveled roughly 7 to 9 dozen hollows from D to a rank in less than 10 minutes. She wasn't even this strong when she was a Soul Reaper some 3,000 years ago. She was aware that these individuals should not be tampered with. She turned when she heard footsteps and saw the blonde man and the red-headed woman walking toward each other. She was completely taken aback by what the woman said next. As the man got up, the woman remarked, "I guess you win the bet, Naruto-kun." The moment the man turned his head to reveal the 3 whisker marks and cerulean eyes that only belonged to one male she had ever known, however, truly startled her, caused her to cry, and caused her to gasp aloud. The person she was in love with while she was living. Namikaze Uchiha, Naruto. Returning to Naruto, Naruto began to breathe slowly to catch his breath after sheathing. Although that move was intended for just one target, he was able to extend it to several targets with sufficient skill and style mastery. After he was able to breathe again, he sealed Yamato and Rebellion back into their seals and heard his love calling to him. When she returned Red Queen to him and he resealed it, Rei remarked, "I guess you win the bet, Naruto-kun." A gasp prompted the blonde to turn to the sound, and he turned to face Rei, grinning. His eyes widened and his heart all but stopped when he saw it. The one person he believed he would never see again was standing on the opposite side of the roof. Together with Rei, the chocolate-haired beauty won his heart. The individual that Danzo's root killed. Inuzuka Hana. Overall perspective, the two groups faced one another as they stood there. With tears in her eyes, Hana gazes at the two individuals before her in front of the Soul Reapers. She recognized the redhead as Rei, the other person she was sharing for Naruto's love, and she knew that one was her lover Naruto. Both Naruto and Rei's eyes were wide as they gazed at the group of Soul Reapers, while Naruto's eyes were watering a little from admiring his second lover's stunning face. Both Hana and Naruto spoke simultaneously in whispers, but they went to each other's groups. Naruto-kun? Shikan. Haim? Rei's eyes softened as she approached the couple and gave them a hug after they had stared at each other until Hana could take it no more and jumped into Naruto's arms. Despite their confusion, the Soul Reapers had the grace to say, "Oh." While Hana was crying joyfully in her lover's arms, Naruto was still processing the idea of seeing his love again, and he kissed her forehead to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Rei was leaning on Naruto's left shoulder, wrapping her arms around his arm, and Hana was standing in front of Naruto and Rei, grinning, after what felt like hours but was actually only 5 minutes. Naruto cupped her cheek and wiped away the stay tear that was slipping down. "So, Shikan. Haim, how have you been since your death 10,000 years ago?" The other Soul Reapers gaped at Naruto's question, and Hana gave him a perplexed look. "What do you mean by 10,000 years, Naruto-kun?" Rei and Naruto gave Hana a disbelieving look when she said, "I have only been dead for 3,000 years and a Soul Reaper for about 400. Naruto's face brightened as he remembered something. "It took me 7,000 years to gather all those evil souls for the deal with Vincent, which is the only reason you believe you have been dead for so long." Rei nodded in agreement with Naruto's statement, but Hana didn't. "For those first 7,000 years, Vincent must have put you into suspended animation until my side of the bargain was completed." "What do you mean, Naruto-kun? How can I get involved in this?" Hana inquired, perplexed, as were the other Soul Reapers, but they refrained from speaking out of concern for their leader. "Well, Shikan. Haim, after you passed away so long ago, I called forth the Shinigami of our dimension, who happens to be Vincent and Rei, Haim's younger brother, and struck a bargain with him. For as long as it takes me to gather 100 wicked souls so that your soul can safely enter heaven or wherever you end up. Before I killed them all, I had spent 7,000 years traveling the world hundreds, if not thousands, of times in search of all these souls. Then Vincent came back to tell me that your soul had been sent to heaven because I had fulfilled the request. I've been traveling the world for the past 3,000 years, learning about and experiencing everything that has happened, including the Second Great Demon War," Naruto explained, drawing gasps from the Soul Reapers and wide-eyed looks from Hana. "What?" Naruto inquired, perplexed by the looks, just as Rei. Even the Soul Society held Naruto-kun the Second Demon War in high regard. According to legend, 3 strong beings destroyed a world after the armies of hell led by Mundas attacked it. Sparta, the legendary Devil Knight, was the first. The identities of the other 2 were unknown. Then, 1,000 years after the defeat, the demon gates reopened, only to be shut down twice more by the same 2 entities with the assistance of Sparta's 3 sons, Virgil, Nero, and Dante. For 2,000 years, the Soul Society has been trying in vain to determine where those 2 beings were. Hana clarified, "So Naruto-kun, you should know who they were." But Rei burst out laughing and Naruto burst out laughing, making Hana furious and demanding to know what they were laughing at. "What do you think we should tell them, Rei? Haim?" Both Rei's giggling and Naruto's laughter subsided as he asked. Naruto sighed when Rei said, "I don't know Naruto-kun, but what the hell, it's not like we can't get out of this without telling." Knowing that Hana would understand, Naruto grinned and said, "Shikan. Haim, the 2 beings you were talking about were the current and past Kyuubi no Kitsune of that time." He was correct when Hana's eyes widened into dinner plates and she gasped. "You're saying that the 2 of you were involved?" Naruto and Rei covered their ears in agony as Hana yelled. "Don't shout, Hana. Chan." Keep in mind that your yelling has rendered us nearly deaf because we are no longer truly human. Hana blushed in shame at what Naruto said, and she repeatedly apologized while hugging Naruto and Rei. I apologized to Naruto-kun, but I've been wondering for a very long time who those two individuals were. I've been studying history ever since I joined the Soul Society, and the Second Great Demon War was one of my favorite topics to study. Ever since then, I've been curious about the identities of those two individuals, Hana said quietly, causing Naruto to nod in agreement. It's alright, but next time remember that my ears are still sensitive even after so long of adjusting to sounds of different magnitudes. So, what was it like to accompany Sparta into combat? Since he was a historian like Hana, one of the Soul Reapers inquired, causing Naruto and Rei to glance at him before continuing. Well, I can say that it was a blast because, despite the fact that the Baka was cold like his son Virgil, he occasionally acts exactly like Dante in combat. Dante loved fighting so much that he became a demon hunter before retiring and getting married to Trish. To be precise, I have all 4 of their blades, including the Red Queen that Nero wielded. Naruto bit his thumbs and wiped them over all 4 tattoos, confusing the Soul Reapers with the exception of Hana, who was aware of some sealing even after 3,000 years. 4 puffs of smoke appeared, then were lifted to reveal Force Edge, the sealed state. In case you are unaware, Force Edge is the name of its sealed state and Sparta is its name when unsealed, Rebellion in an X pattern on Naruto's back, Yamato in his belt, and Red Queen in his right hand before he rotated it in his hand and sheathed it behind his back in a straight up and down. From Hana's point of view, Yamato appeared to be the most ordinary, looking of the 4 legendary blades of the Sparta family, but Naruto's voice and the 4 popping noises were what jolted them all out of their reverie as the blades returned to their respective tattoo seals. Regardless, could you let us know where we landed? Hana grinned as Naruto asked, surveying the layout of Karakura town. Then, she moved to Naruto's right, placing him between Rei and her, and he looked out over Karakura town. Yes, this location is known as Karakura town in Japan. Hana answered, before you arrived, these guys and I were scouting this area for any indications of hollow activity. Naruto and Rei nodded in agreement. Now what? Rei inquired. Hana satirically remarked, well, I don't know really cuz unless you were dead we can't do anything other than head back onto our jobs patrolling. She wanted to stay with her lost lover more, but Rei and Naruto smiled. So, it's fortunate that we haven't lived for 10,000 years, isn't it? Hana grinned broadly and gave Naruto a hug after he said this casually. Before turning to face the Soul Reapers in attendance and assuming the role of leader, Hana said joyfully, well, then that means that I can take you to the Soul Society personally to meet the captain. General to see what will happen to you too. All right, I want you all to return to your stations and then report back to the Seireidai. After overcoming her initial surprise, she turned around and saw Naruto give her a passionate kiss. She ordered, receiving a chorus of "hi" before turning around again. Naruto questioned, so when do we leave Hana-chan? After they parted ways to get air. To Hana's lust, he smirked and flashed his fangs. Then Hana turned around and said, we can leave right now, Naruto-kun. She then unsheathed her Zanpakuto too, held it out like a key, and then twisted it until a door appeared in front of her, revealing only a white light. Hana then turned around and took Rei's and Naruto's hands, drawing them in behind her as they passed through 3 hellfire butterflies, and the door closed and vanished, giving the impression that nothing had ever there in the first place. Entrance to Soul Society Gate. 2 Soul Reapers were sitting in a small guard station, and they appeared to be sleeping. Sound familiar? When the gate opened, they sat up straight and looked to see who was entering. They were surprised to see that Hana Inuzuka, one of Soul Society's most sought after women, was walking through while being held by a tall blonde who was pouring out a lot of ryotsu and had both of his arms wrapped around her, as well as another attractive redhead. Their first thought was, lucky bastard, and they shook their heads when the trio approached the stand. The 2 at the stand looked at the blonde and redhead, then shrugged and opened a notebook when Hana said, Hana Inuzuka reporting in with 2 guests that need to see Yamamoto Sama immediately. One of the guards asked languidly, as if he had never wanted this position, names please. Remember the 2 chunin at the main gate of Konoha. Naruto uttered the words, Naruto Namikaze Uchiha and Rei Himatasa, languidly. The other guard went back to sleep after saying, okay, have a nice day. in order to see the captain. General, the three of them then began to walk away, Hana showing them various sites and compounds along the way. However, before the group reached the captain's hall, they were suddenly surrounded by 13 people wearing white houris over regular Shinigami garb. Hana, who knew who these individuals were, knelt down, and Naruto simply stood there with his arms crossed, staring between the 13 with a neutral expression, while Rei looked around with mild interest and curiosity. A little angry, an elderly man holding a cane said, "Third seat of Squad 10, Hana Inuzuka. You have some explaining to do for allowing Ryoka into the Siratai." Hana knelt down, but Naruto's hand on her shoulder caused her to look up at him, and he whispered to her to stand up, which she did. "I am sorry, Yamamoto Sama, but I was bringing these two to speak with you about joining the Soul Society since they did away with the a couple dozen of hollows, ranging from D class all the way up to low Ajuka's class, that appeared in Karakura town just about half an hour ago." Hana stated that some of the captains. The newly named Yamamoto then turned to face the two individuals standing beside his subordinate, and he could tell by their appearance that they were strong. The redhead was displaying the same amount of Ryotsu, but it was more subdued, and the blonde was easily expelling Captain plus levels of Ryotsu that flowed around wildly like an untamed wildfire. Both of their forms conveyed experience that he hadn't seen much of. "May I ask who you two are?" said old man Yamamoto, pointing to Rei and Naruto. With his arms crossed and his throat slightly cleared, Naruto began languidly, the names Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. Then, using the more deferential bow, Rei said, "My name is Rei Himatasa, and I'm happy to meet you, Yamamoto-san. I'm glad to have met you both. Shall we return to my hall to continue our conversation?" After receiving nods from the two, Yamamoto turned to face Hana, who was still standing beside Naruto. "Hana-san, you may report back to your bar," he said, but Naruto interrupted. "Wherever I go, Hana, Haim goes as well, Yamamoto-san. Show some respect, Ryoka," said the captain, who was almost a giant with a wooden helmet on his head and the number 7 on his back. Now irritated, Naruto said to Yamamoto, "Tell me, Yamamoto-san, how old are you?" Unaware of the question's purpose, the elderly man raised an eyebrow and replied, "I think it's been 5062 years. Could you tell me why you were interested in that?" To the amusement of the captains and Hana, Naruto responded, "I asked because you all are more than 5,000 years too young to order me around and even younger to order Rei. Haim, who is twice my age, but she's still the beautiful woman she is today and I love her greatly." He then swiftly added the final line, which caused Rei to grin triumphantly and made him sigh in audible relief. Yamamoto, along with the other 12 captains, looked at the former Biju in front of him and asked inquisitively, "How are you older than I am yet look like you only in your early 20s? The blonde-haired man with the number 12 on his back and a bucket hat on was even more interested. "When I was 16, I became immortal, and when I was 20.1, my body stopped aging." The 13 captains' curiosity was piqued when Naruto remarked idly, "To be precise, we are not exactly alive nor dead." "How come you're not dead but not alive?" Yamamoto's question caused Naruto to sigh, but before he could respond, Rei spoke up. The captains looked around and saw that some of the lower-ranked Soul Reapers were running toward them to look into the significant amount of Ryotsu emanating from Naruto. "Excuse me, but shall we head to the captain's room before this crowd grows?" Before vanishing into the captain's chamber with the other captains, Naruto, Rei, and Hana, Yamamoto remarked, "It appears this shall continue elsewhere." The captain's chamber with Yamamoto seated in his chair and the 12 captains seated in various chairs. The group continued their conversation in the captain's chamber, where no one could interrupt them. Naruto, Rei, and Hana stood in front of them, Hana alert, while the two former Biju stood idly. Rei and Naruto nodded as Yamamoto remarked, "Now continuing on from where we stopped." Naruto then began to explain that he and Rei were from a different dimension called Chakra, which was once ruled by shinobi but eventually died out, leaving him and her as the last beings to use it. He then explained what chakra was, as only he, Rei, and Hana knew what it was. As Naruto walked up the walls and stood upside down on the ceiling before jumping down and creating a shadow clone without using the hand sign, the captain's interest in this other energy, which actually sounds almost like Ryotsu, was dismissed. However, what the captains weren't prepared for was when Naruto was encased in a puff of smoke, revealing his half-demon self. Naruto, who was now 6 feet 5 tall and blonde with red highlights at the end of his hair, stood in front of the 12 captains and the captain, General. His body was even more slender and built for agility, and his muscles appeared to be leaner and more compact. He still wore his original outfit and tattoos, but his eyes, which were blood red with a slit down the middle like a demon from hell, scared most of the captains. He also had a pair of blonde fox ears with white tips, a pair of fluffy blonde tails with white tips that swished around on their own, and his eyes, which were a blood red color that terrified the captains. This is my half demon form that you are looking at. Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Lord of the 9 Biju, and 9th level of Hell is my respectful title. Naruto's voice became more demonic towards the end to emphasize his point and remind the Squad 7 captain not to yell at him out of deference. Having the 9-tailed demon lord in front of him made Yamamoto, the oldest of the 13 captains, question why he was here in the first place. Yamamoto was aware of the Kyuubi's immense power. There was going to be some fun here in the Soul Society, and Naruto knew that he had proven his point, so he changed back into his full human form. Naruto always loved the look of surprise he gets when he shows off his other forms, but he didn't see the look of lust that Yoruichi was secretly giving him. Ray caught it and smiled a little. "Are you interested in anything else now?" Before Yamamoto coughed and spoke, Naruto smirked and jolted the captains out of their reverie. "Yes, I think the first thing that everyone wants to know is whether there were any more surprises. The next question asks how you relate to Hana-san. And the last one asks whether you and Ms. Ray-san want to become Soul Reapers in the 13 Court Guard squads." Naruto smirked as he saw the 13 captains' shocked expressions. "Well, for your first question, it depends on whether you would like to know about my life, or would you like to know our place in the second grade demon war, or the fact that Ray-heim here was the Kyuubi no Kitsune before me, or anything else?" Yamamoto, sensing a headache approaching, said, "How about you just go through your life in a summarized version, please? Does this sound familiar to anyone?" Somewhere in Vincent's stomach the third Hokage's soul sneezes. Naruto looked at Ray and asked if she was okay with it. When she nodded, he turned his head and his eyes softened as he saw Hana's lovely face, which appeared a little concerned that he was telling her superiors about his life. He leaned down and kissed her forehead before softly whispering in her ear, "It's okay." He turned back to the scarred captain, General, and started making a series of demon hand signs before ending with, "Tenshi, angel," which was a whisper that could be heard by everyone in the room. "They have a right to know how I became the man I am today, and so do you, Shikan-heim." Demon art. Sands of the past jutsu then transported the group into Naruto's past, where they witnessed 10,016 years of suffering, treachery, love, loss, excitement, adventure, war, and other emotions. The captains, Yamamoto, Naruto, Ray, and Hana saw it as a total of 10,000 years of life, even though it had only taken a few hours in normal time. Jutsu's beginning. Naruto's birth date was the first topic of discussion. The group had emerged atop the Hokage Mountains, and a few miles away stood a 50-story giant red 9-tailed fox, the Kyuubi no Kitsune or Ray. Naruto's voice resounded as he began his story. "One of the darkest days in Konohagakure's village hidden in the leaves was the day I was born. October 10th was the date. Although the ninja of the leaf fought hard, their efforts were in vain because the Lady of Hell, Ray Himatasa, who was then Kyuubi no Kitsune, was the one who attacked that day. The jutsu had depicted the battle, or in this case, the slaughter, in which several ninja attempted to attack the big fox but were unsuccessful. Then, in a burst of white light, the group found themselves in front of a hospital bed with a gorgeous black woman in a hospital gown holding a bundle of yellow hair. Adjacent to the bed was a dashing young man wearing the standard Jonin uniform underneath a white trench coat with red flames on the bottom. Two more men were standing next to the man, one of whom was wearing a red and white robe with a hat that bore the kanji for Fire Shadow. He was likely in his early 50s, bearded, and had a red vest and green pants. On his forehead was a demon headband that bore the kanji for Oil. Before, my family and Leaf Village were served by 4 of the strongest ninjas ever. Kushina Uchiha, the Angel of Death, my mother, who has black hair. Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and my father, who has blonde hair. Jiraiya the Toad Sannin is my godfather. The god of shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was my surrogate grandfather. Because they were dangerous people, they were feared throughout the elemental nations. Yours truly, Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. The future container of the Kyuubi no Kitsune is the bundle in my mother's hands. In another flash, Minato is seen standing atop Gamabunta, the Toad Boss, with Rei, the Kyuubi, in front of them. The three engaged in combat for hours until Minato finally had enough and started making a lengthy series of quick hand signs before finishing and exclaiming, Shiki Fuin. Reaper Death Seal. A large flash of white erupted, and from what the group could see, a large translucent being floated behind Minato. To the captains, Hana, and Yamamoto, it appeared terrifying, but to Naruto and Rei, it was Rei's younger brother Vincent. Vincent then thrust his hand through Minato's body and toward the Kyuubi, where it grabbed hold of something and began to pull, causing a large red mass to emerge from the fox's body. My mother and father both passed away on that day. My father passed away after the Shinigami of my realm, or Vincent as Rei, and I like to call him Rei's long lost younger brother, and my mother had been killed by a corrupt man named Danzo. Naruto Uzumaki, later known as Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, began his terrible life on that day. I will only skim portions of the first 16 years. In a series of flashbacks, the group saw Naruto's life as a child growing up in a hateful village, including hundreds of horrific beatings and thousands of assassination attempts that he had to survive, as well as the rape of Naruto by drunken ninja in an alleyway, which caused some of the men to throw up and caused the women to cry and sob. Rei felt as though she had woken up for the first time when she had seen all of these memories and was berating herself for allowing Madara to control her. Hana was horrified because it was the first time she had actually seen the terrible early years of her lover's life. He had told her about some of the major events, but not any of this. During all of this, Naruto simply stood there with an expressionless face, as he had forced himself to do whenever he thought of these days. After the group had finally made it through the terrible first few years, they began to watch Naruto's life at the academy and saw how he had been humiliated and failed by all of the students and teachers due to the influence of their parents, students, and because they thought of him as the fox, teachers. They saw how he had been given questions that were too difficult even for him because he was intelligent even at the age of 6. And how the teachers had beaten and punished him for every incorrect response and for no apparent reason, and they watched in horror as Naruto had attempted to end his life multiple times, either by slitting his wrists or by hanging himself, but each time either the wound would heal immediately or the third Hokage would appear and cut him down before rocking a sobbing Naruto to sleep. Rei and Hana were crying into Naruto's shoulder while the captains and Yamamoto looked sickened. They watched as Naruto had donned his stupid mask and famous orange jumpsuit that he had worn for the remaining years of the academy. He used the mask to cover up his pain and then started to pull his legendary pranks, which had lightened up the depressing mood with some laughs. They watched as Naruto had secretly been going to the library and sneaking out multiple books on several subjects ranging from chakra control all the way to cookbooks. In secret to even the Anbu and the Third, they saw Naruto training rigorously with a regime so hard that it would have made Guy and Lee even say no to. They saw Naruto push his malnutrition body and brain to their limits over and over again. They saw the blonde hunt and eat in the forest of death. Hana remembered how she was cared for and fed by her mother during those years, and now seeing how Naruto grew up, she was disgusted with herself and the village. While training one day and getting attacked by a massive snake, Naruto had activated his Sharingan and found out that he with Sasuke and Itachi were the last Uchiha alive. They witnessed the night that Naruto had become a genin, when Mizuki tricked him into getting the Forbidden Scroll, but the blonde used this as a way to copy all the jutsu from the scroll for later practice. They watched as Naruto did what Jonin took weeks to learn and mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu in 3 hours. They also witnessed the rest of the night when Mizuki told Naruto that he was Rei's container, but he already knew that because he recognized the seal on his stomach from the one in the Forbidden Scroll. They then began to watch Naruto's early days as a genin with Kakashi, Teme, as Naruto calls him, and saw how Kakashi had essentially abandoned Naruto and Sakura, going off to train Sasuke while Sakura continued to swoon over the sullen emo. They saw how a still, dumb mask Naruto tried to attract Sakura-chan's attention but was consistently reprimanded for being annoying. Finally, they watched Team 7 complete the tedious tasks known as D-rank missions. At this point, I will simply hop around. They then watch Wave Arc and Naruto's meeting with Haku in the clearing. The battle on the Great Naruto Bridge where Naruto used Rei's chakra for the first time, the death of Haku. The arrival of Gato and his announcement that he was already going to betray Zabuza, the death of Gato at the hands of Zabuza, the death of Zabuza, and the burial of the two missing nin on the hilltop. They also witness the meeting with the Sand siblings, where Kakashi gives them the forms for the Chunin exam. The first exam where Naruto aced the test without anyone's knowledge, the start of the second exam, Orochimaru's attack, and the first meeting between Naruto and Rei after Naruto was knocked out. I'll go back to fast forwarding it after showing you guys their first meeting. Rewind as he floated in the filthy water of his sewer mindscape, Naruto moaned and slowly got to his feet, holding his throbbing head and his slightly bruised stomach. He looked around and realized that he was no longer in the forest of death. He murmurs softly, "Hello," for what seemed like an eternity. The statement reverberated down the sewer. Thinking that no one would answer, he began to look around until he heard it. "I'm crying." The blonde heard someone sobbing in the distance, but it was not very clear. Naruto gathered himself and began to walk through the murky waters of his mindscape. After 5 minutes, the blonde had been searching his mind for 5 minutes in an attempt to locate the ever-increasing crying, and when he felt he could go no farther, he discovered that he had entered a huge room. He looked around, and the upper portions of the walls that rose into the darkness were too dark to see very far, and in front of him was a huge cage door with a small slip of paper with the kanji seal over where the keyhole should have been. He knew without even thinking that he was in his tenant's territory. Sob, sob, sob against his better judgment, Naruto walked closer to the bars, his feet barely making a sound in the ankle. High water, because the loudest sobs in the room came from behind the bars, indicating that the Kyuubi was crying, which made no sense to him. As the blonde water got closer, the lighting became brighter, revealing Naruto even farther beyond the bars. What he saw astounded him. Instead of a huge, bloodthirsty Kyuubi ready to skewer him, he saw a red-haired woman on her knees sobbing into her hands. The closer he went, the more detail he could see. She had a woman with hourglass body that would make any woman swoon, and from what he could see with the light, her skin tone was somewhat tan. As he approached, he could see that, in place of human ears, she had fox ears that twitched every few seconds, and 9 blood-red fox tails, proving that she was, in fact, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. "Hey." The woman tensed up a lot before turning around as Naruto rang out. Now that he was standing at the bars of the cage, Naruto could see her flawless face, her stunning ruby-red fox eyes with a black slit in the middle, even though they appeared puffy from crying, and her 38 C-cup breasts, which were likely hidden behind a bra, in the blood-red kimono she was wearing. Despite the fact that he is only 13 years old, he thought she was stunning, and he declared it without even realizing it. "Beautiful." The woman blushed a little after saying that, which made her appear a little cuter. After a long period of awkward silence during which Naruto stared at the woman while she looked down at the ground in what appeared to be shame, which perplexed the blonde boy, he finally lost patience and began to speak. "Hello. The woman's swollen eyes glanced up before turning back to the floor. The blonde, a little agitated, says again, "Hey, are you going to say something or am I just going to wait all day?" Once more, there was silence. Naruto was about to yell and was beginning to feel a little ticked off when he heard a word that he wouldn't have thought he heard from the Kyuubi. "Sorry." The woman looks up and responds with a slightly cracked voice from sobbing so much when Naruto, now completely bewildered, asks, "Why are you sorry, and for that matter what's to be sorry about? It's not like you did anything bad to me. I apologize for everything, including the assaults and beatings you have endured. You would have grown up like a typical child if I hadn't attacked Konoha," she said, turning back to her. He responds languidly, "I don't blame you for that, you know." Kyuubi's head snaps up to gaze at him as he stands over her kneeling form. "Why don't you? You claim that I'm not to blame for everything that happened to you." Slap. After being slapped by Naruto's left hand, Kyuubi's head was now turned to the right, and she was a little startled by his angry expression just before he began to yell when she looked back up at him. "For heaven's sake, would you stop acting like you have sympathy? I told you that I don't goddamn blame you, so please stop talking and accept my gratitude because you're now annoying me. Fucking pity is the one thing I detest the most. The least I can do is accept it and move on with my abandoned life if that crap was my destiny." After finishing, Naruto sighs and runs his hand through his spiky hair before turning to face the now shaking figure of the so-called Lady of Hell and letting out another sigh. Shay, like that lazy ass says women are troublesome. Damn it, would you please stop shaking and act like the damn demon that you are? I may seem a bit bitter and stuff like that, but you got to see that pitying me is like saying women are weak cause I plain hate it. He shakes his head and mumbles, troublesome, before kneeling down and pulling Kyuubi into a small hug, causing her to both stiffen and blush at the feel of his slightly torn chest. The blonde then sighs once more as the woman continues to shake and looks down, holding her left cheek where he slapped her. Naruto looks around before continuing, but before that let's change the scenery a bit. He says, I'm sorry for yelling at you, Kyuubi. He relaxes her a little when he says, how about we start over and introduce each other? Then the walls began to melt, and trees and grass began to grow out of the ground, and a little distance away from the two, a small groove formed in the ground, and water began to flow down it like a river into a large bowl-cut indentation in the ground that was soon to become a lake. After a while, the ground began to rumble, and then the black sky turned blue and then a sun began to form directly overhead, indicating that it was about noon. The entire scene changed from dank and dark to bright and beautiful, and the Kyuubi gasped as she was about to speak, turning to see Naruto panting a little from the mental strain. That ought to take care of it. Shall we now? He asked as he sat down on the grass to catch his breath. Kyuubi was unable to even process what had happened until she heard someone coughing, which caused her to awaken. Would you mind telling me why you were crying and ranting that it was your fault now that I have your attention? And when I first learned that you were the Kyuubi no Kitsune and that you had attacked Konoha before being sealed in me, causing me all of this suffering, didn't I accept the fact that I am your container? Naruto clarified. To be exact, that was the whole reason why I was blaming myself, because if I hadn't have attacked then you would have still had your parents and the village wouldn't have beaten you all those times, Kyuubi said, sighing as she finally got her bearings after being read so easily. I wanted to know why I was hated a lot, but I also kept telling myself that I should wait until I was older before finding out because I might have gone crazy like that Gaara kid. I may not know much, but based on the quantity of ki he was releasing and the darkness under his eyes, I could tell that he had insomnia and that something was causing it. Usually, this can only be caused by killing a small raccoon named Ichibi no Shukaku when he was young. The blonde said, shocking the Kyuubi with his understanding of the other demon lords and ladies. When she heightened her hearing, the blonde sighs and says, Kyuubi, all I have to say is that should you have anything that you need to tell me you should do it now before I wake up, because if you haven't heard there is the sound of battle outside. The Kyuubi did hear a sound that sounded like a Zankuha. Yes, this talk is taking place during the battle between the Sound Genin and the Leaf Genin, so she decided to get this done quickly. All right, but swear to me that you won't yell or become upset over what I say. A nod. All right, so I'll start by telling you that you are headed toward becoming a real demon like me and the other demon lords because of a mistake with the sealing. By true demon, I mean that we exist in 3 different forms. There are 3 forms: human, half demon, and our actual form. You will become the next Kyuubi no Kitsune in my place because you are becoming a real demon and have me sealed inside of you. She pauses to take in the information and catch her breath before getting a slow nod to proceed. Until the age of 16, when you become a full demon, you are currently regarded as a half demon. Since you are only 13 years old now, you will become the new Kyuubi and become immortal in 3 years. Even though you can continue to strengthen yourself, your body will no longer grow in height after the age of 21 because it has finally reached its physical peak. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed by your inability to control your powers in your 9-tailed fox form, you will need to fully train in all 3 forms once you become a true demon. Kyuubi was growing anxious that he would be upset with her for what was happening to him, and it only got worse when he sighed. Now, if you have anything else to ask, I think you should ask it now as the sounds are starting to hush, meaning the battle is almost over. At that point, Naruto's secret genius mind went to work reviewing everything he had just heard. Kyuubi flinches and looks down. Well, I think the village will try to kill me more if they found out the truth, Kyuubi says. But I don't really mind at all seeing that the villagers can go fuck themselves for all they're worth. In fact, it's good to know who I really am. I just need to discover who my parents were before I can at last lead a somewhat contented life. Of course, if you're willing to go through it with me, Kyuubi-chan. Her head snaps up, causing him to smile softly until she remembers what he said. He smiled happily, blushed a little at the suffix, and nodded. Well, I will remain in you forever so that when you begin training your forms, I can assist you in controlling your abilities. Other than that, I can only teach you Oni Jutsu when you transform into half and full demon forms. She looks down at the lack of options for strengthening her container until she feels a gentle yet firm hand on her chin and raises her head to gaze into two aquamarine orbs. Aquamarine is the birthstone for March and, if you look at it, it really looks like the calm sea after a storm that sparkles in the sunlight. I apologize, but my birthday is in March, so I love aquamarine a lot. He may be a genius and a little sarcastic, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care about a woman's feelings. Naruto says softly, just helping me with my other forms is more than enough, as throughout my life you have saved my life countless times and I cannot even think of where I would be without you there to save me, so just concentrate on looking beautiful and healing me and I will be content with it. Kyuubi blushed more. Alright. Naruto.kun. You're welcome Kyuubi-chan. Rewind. If it's not what you would have expected, accept it and keep going. It makes the story more dramatic. The next thing the group saw was what Naruto saw when he woke up. A slightly cursed Sasuke standing over a cowering Dosu with a sobbing Sakura clutching his back and repeatedly saying, Sasuke.kun, please stop. He looked around and saw a slightly cowering Ino. Possessed kin standing next to Shikamaru and Choji. He looked up and saw the girl and Hyuga boy of Team 9 and the eerie one on the ground, out cold, with blood dripping from his ears. Not paying attention, following a brief respite, the captains proceeded with their journey through the forest, their encounter with Kabuto, and their arrival at the tower. They then witnessed the preliminary round, which proceeded in the same order as in the anime. Once all of the matches were concluded, they discovered that the finals would begin in a month and that Naruto would face Neji. Fate is always decided. Hyuga. They then see Kakashi put an end to Naruto's meager attempt to train him for the month, followed by Ebisu removing him, Naruto meeting Jiraiya, signing the contract, being thrown down the crevice, calling forth Gamabunta, and finally the finals. Yes, I am aware that I am missing a lot, but there is a lot of material that we have all seen in the anime, read in the manga, or seen in other anime fanfics. I will now slightly alter the outcome of the battle between Naruto and Neji, but I assure you that it will be wicked. Rewind. Everyone except Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga moves when the proctor asks, would all other contestants other than Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga report up to the contestant box? The crowd and other genin and jonin were barely listening but instead looking at Naruto's attire. Over the month after Jiraiya's so-called training, Naruto finally pulled out his real shinobi gear and dropped his mask of stupidity. Now wearing black steel-toed combat boots and black baggy cargo pants with the ends wrapped up and stuffed neatly under the lip of the boots by white bandages. On his both thighs were holsters for his kunai and shuriken. For a top he wore a black skin-tight shirt with its sleeves going down to his wrists comfortably, long-sleeve Under Armour shirt. He wore black gloves that had plates on the backs, black Kakashi gloves basically. His now black-clothed headband was holding up his pants as a belt, allowing his longer hair to fall, making all the women in the stands blush and get hot under the collar, especially one Hana Inuzuka, who saw how Naruto's whiskers and hair made him look even more feral than before. Over his shirt was an open crimson Jonin-style vest with multiple pockets, with one pocket containing a single scroll. All in all, Naruto looked to be a true ninja and ladykiller if the heart-melting smirk on his face was anything to say about it. When the females of the group saw this, they started getting hot under the collar as well, mostly Rei, Hana, and Yoruichi. Now that Naruto was standing calmly across from his opponent, his calm, analytical eyes were analyzing Neji like a book, which unnerved the Hyuga. Neji, on the other hand, was thinking about what had happened to the boy across from him, who now had the appearance of someone who had survived a few wars. The aura emanating from the blonde was completely different from the one that existed before them and during the preliminary round. It was exuding cold, hard confidence that made him feel that fate was not on his side and that he would lose today. No, Neji thought in an attempt to regain his waning confidence, and it worked. With little concern, Genma raised his hand, making everyone tense except for Naruto, who appeared bored. He shrugged it off and began. Are both contenders ready to begin? Getting two nods, he drops his hand while jumping back and shouting, then begin. When Neji first activated his Byakugan, He assumed the Juken stance only to be paled by the intense amount of chakra that was flowing through his blonde opponent's coils, which appeared to be around the bordering cage level. Even worse, all of the chakra appeared to be completely under control, indicating that Naruto's chakra control was almost at the level required for Juken, which was actually almost perfect, like Tsunade of the Sanin's control is. Neji shook his head and assumed a firm Juken stance, waiting for his opponent to do the same, but then his uncontrollably high pride kicked in and he started taunting the blonde. The Hyuga boy said, as if he was correct, "Fate has decreed that you will lose and I will win, so why don't you just give up and admit defeat, you loser?" He received a bone-chilling laugh in return. "You idiot, that wouldn't have worked even on my mask. It's time to start this battle now that the show is over," Naruto said in a soothing, monotonous voice that made everyone uneasy as he reached for the pocket containing the single scroll and then opened it with a tiny click. He removed the scroll, unrolled it, and let everyone see the single kanji on the paper. The blonde then bit his thumb, causing blood to flow, and swung it along the kanji, causing a large puff of smoke to cover him and hide him from everyone but the slightly pale Hiyashi and the even paler Neji, who both saw what emerged because their Byakugan was active. The massive blade, which was once known as Kabikari Hocho, made everyone pale when the smoke cleared. Zabuza's old gray Zanbato, the proper name for this class of blade, was now pure black with crimson-red cracks running through it. The blade pulsed with a power that only people who lived before Naruto's birth date could instantly recall, and what frightened the people of the leaf was that it had a picture of Kyuubi no Kitsune on the side. Overall, the blade appeared very demonic, and what was frightening was how Naruto handled it as if it were a small dagger, using only one hand to perform some expert experiment swings. "May you rest in peace, Zabuza, and be proud that your blade, Kabikari Hocho, has accepted its true master by becoming my Ranran Shuin, fiery rebirth," Naruto said in a low, firm voice that echoed throughout the stadium. He then looked up with piercing red eyes that contained 3 tomos, and everyone, including the third, gasped as they gazed at the mature Sharingan in the eyes of the so-called demon child. With Shinku Kaijin already in the center of a broad arc, the blonde vanishes and then reappears behind Neji, saying, "Now shall this fight truly," and forcing the Hyuga to swiftly move out of the way. "Begin," follows. The time has come for the. After that, Naruto attacks Neji at a pace that is difficult to follow unless you are a Jonin or have a bloodline. Now, boom. You don't really want it. Neji rolled out of the way as Naruto quickly swung the enormous blade down at him. The boom is about to explode. All onlookers were terrified as the blade struck the ground, creating a crater that was 2 meters wide and 3 feet deep. They wondered how much the blade weighed and how much strength the blonde was exerting during his swings. Here comes the boom. Here comes the boom. Here comes the boom. Presenting the boom. Presenting the boom. Presenting the. This game of cat and mouse went on for 3 or 4 minutes, until Neji began to lose his breath, even though the blonde wasn't even perspiring. You who believe that fate is unchangeable will fail because, aside from Kami-sama herself, nothing is everlasting. Everyone's attention was drawn to that statement because they had just seen the boy chase down the Hyuga and call it a warm up. Now that I have shown you that your so-called fate is wrong, it's time to stop warming up. Expertly spinning the giant blade in his right hand, Naruto begins to pour chakra into the cracks, causing them to glow in a fiery red blaze. The blonde stops spinning the blade without missing a beat and holds on to the handle as he raises it over his head. With enough strength to cut through a building, the blonde slashes downward, releasing all the pent-up chakra in a single wave while yelling out the attack's name. Enen Inferno. The beam spread outward from a single beam into a wave that was nearly 3/4 the size of the arena wall, shooting out towards Neji at an alarming rate when the blade was a foot off the ground, blazing inferno. Fearfully staring at the enormous wave of what appeared to be a wall of fire, Neji considered only one thing that might be able to save him. He began pumping as much chakra as he could through each chakra point before whirling around and yelling, "Kaden! Heavenly spin!" encircling him with a dense blue chakra dome for protection. While the Leaf Genins watched from the box with wide eyes and jaws dropped at how the so-called dead last was creaming last year's Rookie of the Year, the faces of the Suna team were either nervous and slightly scared. Tamari and Kankuro, or a psychotic and insane grin, Gaara. The people in the stands were both awestruck and scared as they watched the Kyuubi brat annihilate the Hyuga prodigy. The third, worried for the lives of the spectators, yelled orders for Anbu to erect a barrier to protect the guests. Returning to the slaughter, battle, we watch as the wave strikes the Kaiden and begins to spin the fire upwards with winds created by the Kaiden. Inside the tornado, a still, spinning Neji, who was beginning to run out of oxygen and chakra as the fire burned through his air supply and taxed his pools, screamed, thinking quickly and for his life, "Proctor, I forfeit." When he hears the scream, Naruto cuts off the stream of chakra and watches as the fire begins to go out. When the fire is completely extinguished, the dome begins to stop, revealing Neji with second-degree burns and gasping for air. The blonde shuts off his Sharingan and walks to the competitor's box as he hears the proctor shout that he won. Even after Genma announced Naruto as the winner, the crowd fell silent until a slow clapping was heard. Naruto turned to face the clapper and was taken aback to see a man in his 50s dressed in royal attire, standing and clapping. He had a small beard and neatly cut, partially gray hair. The Fire Daimyo was a man who was reputed to be difficult to impress, so it was an honor in and of itself for him to be clapping for his battle. Another man, who was about the same age as the Fire Daimyo and was dressed in a yellow version of the Fire Daimyo's clothing, soon began clapping and stood up beside him. He was the Wind Daimyo, and he was equally as strong and influential as the Fire Daimyo. Then Naruto heard more clapping coming from the cage box and the clan box, a made-up location, followed by the third Hokage and, somewhat unexpectedly, Hiashi Hyuga. Slowly but surely, the whole stadium began clapping for the blonde Sharingan user, and Naruto shook his head before waving slightly and leaving the roaring crowd behind. The end of the flashback following the blonde boy's early dominance of the match, the group watched the other battles, the arrival of Kakashi, Teme and Sasuke, and the beginning of the invasion, but they were caught off guard by the giant six-tailed fox that decimated the snake summons, while several toad and fox summons began to slaughter a quarter of the invading armies. They also watched Naruto pursue Sasuke and the Sand Sibs with Shikamaru and Sakura, after he had, of course, killed his share of nins in the arena. They saw Shukaku summon Bunta and change into Rei, and they watched the battle between Naruto and Gaara, then Shukaku, Gaara, and finally Shukaku himself. As all of this was going on, Rei had a random thought of her own. Was I really that wide in the hips? The so-called legendary battle between her lover and Shukaku, which was supposedly Sasuke's battle, left Hana in awe. Those fuckers gave the credit to that worthless gay Uchiha. Sasuke, of course, Hana said. They saw Kankuro and Temari appear and take Gaara away. Naruto check on Sakura and Sasuke, and then he went back to check on the Leaf while two of his clones took his teammates to the hospital. The battle ended as it did in the anime, with Naruto punching Gaara awake and then beating him until he nearly passed out. An additional skip, following that, the group witnessed the third Hokage's funeral, Naruto's journey with Jiraiya to secure Tsunade's position as the fifth Hokage, Naruto's learning of Rasengan, the encounter between Naruto and Akatsuki, and finally, Tsunade and Shizune's meeting with Taunton. Throughout all this, while Naruto learned the Rasengan on the outside, on the inside Naruto and Rei were working on his half-demon form. What they are doing was work with Naruto's half-demon form until it had all 9 tails, as he starts out with only one. So far within the 3.4 weeks of traveling, Naruto only reached the second tail, and that was only the day before they met with Tsunade. Naruto learned that with each tail comes new powers that needed to be mastered before even thinking of going to the next level. Tail 1 gave Naruto slightly increased strength and stamina at first, but when he fully mastered the increase would almost be half as strong as Tsunade's. Tail 2 would be him working on his first element, which was wind, of course. Rei told him that when he masters the second tail, then he would easily master any wind jutsu in his human form, and in his half-demon form would be doubled in strength. Rei had told him the cons of training in his mind, which was that even though he has 2 tails in his mind, he really only has 1 tail out in the real world. So basically the training inside his mind was to show what to expect and what to work on when he starts training on his half-demon form in the real world. They saw exactly what happened in the anime. Naruto and Tsunade bet. Naruto trained to master the Rasengan completely with one hand because he could already do it with a clone, the day of the Sannin battle, and the actual Sannin battle. Naturally, instead of losing to Kabuto as in the anime, Naruto went toe-to-toe with the glasses, wearing traitor before executing a swift Rasengan into the Med-Nin's stomach. Then the Battle of the Sannin took place, and we all know how that ended. Sasuke retrieval arc is skipped. A week after Tsunade returned to be the fifth, the group watched as Sasuke and Naruto engaged in combat on the hospital roof, with Kakashi intervening as Naruto was about to destroy Sasuke. Later, when Naruto's apartment door opened, Shikamaru asked for assistance in assembling a squad to find Sasuke. They witnessed the two gathering at the gate with Kiba, Neji, and Choji. Sakura arrives sobbing like a bitch and tries to persuade Naruto to promise to bring Sasuke back. Lee dismisses the group before leaving for his surgery, and then the group follows Sasuke by tree hopping. The Sound Four then depart, followed by Choji with Jirobo, Neji with Kidomaru, Kiba with Sakin and Yukon, and Shikamaru with Tayuya. Naruto then raced after Kimimaro, who was carrying the barrel containing Sasuke, before Lee showed up and let him pursue Sasuke. Next, Naruto landed on Hashirama Senju's head while Sasuke was on Madara's head, and finally, a battle between two rivals and friends. Rewind the end of the valley. It was said that the ground was carved after Madara Uchiha, the first Hokage, summoned the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the nine-tailed fox, and used the Kubiko Amari, nine-tailed fox menacing ball, to slash through the earth for miles on end. Hashirama, in an attempt to end the battle, used his wood Kekkei Genkai to send the Kyuubi back to its proper place before allegedly killing Madara. We now find ourselves gazing at the Valley of the End waterfall, where two statues of both legendary shinobi can be seen. On Hashimura's head, we see a young man with golden hair and cerulean eyes wearing black steel-toed combat boots and black baggy cargo pants with the ends wrapped up and tucked neatly under the boots lip by white bandages. He wore a black skin-tight shirt with sleeves that fell comfortably down to his wrists, a long, sleeved under armor shirt. He wore black gloves with plates on the backs of the gloves, which were essentially black Kakashi gloves. His now black-clothed headband held up his pants like a belt, letting his longer hair fall. On top of all of this, he wore a trench coat that was similar to the Yondaime's, but black instead of white. A boy with coal-black eyes and onyx-black hair stands on Madara Uchiha's head, facing away from the young man on the first's head. He is dressed in a dark blue high-collared shirt with a red and white fan on the back, knee-length white shorts, blue ninja sandals, and white bandages wrapped from his feet up his calf. These two young men were Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, who are cousins but are not yet aware of it. One was described as the dead last of the academy, and the other as the rookie of the year. One was the container of the Kyuubi and one of the last users of the fabled Sharingan, while the other was the soon-to-be apprentice of the Snake Sannin and another user of the fabled Sharingan. One of them fled the Leaf Village in search of power in order to kill his older brother, and the other was sent to reclaim the other by force if necessary. That merely served to heighten the tension. Sasuke. Naruto screams, but Sasuke ignores him. With a monotonous drawl, Sasuke said, "You shouldn't have come, Naruto. And for fucking power, Teme, you shouldn't have left the village," Naruto shot back. "You wouldn't be aware of my experiences, Naruto. For 3 days in a row, I had to witness my family members' deaths. And my older brother was the one who did it all. You have no idea what I'm going through." Then, Sasuke's left eyes were yellow with a small pupil, and his lips were in a slightly irate snarl as he yelled, turning to face Naruto and revealing that half of his face was covered in black flame tattoos, indicating that the curse mark was partially activated. Although a little taken aback, Naruto concealed it with ease and went on, saying, "I will have to bring you back with force if you refuse to return peacefully. I know a lot about your abilities, but you know very little about me. You and I are much more compatible, Teme." Thinking he was the superior fighter, not, Sasuke burst out laughing, saying, "You think you can beat me? Haha. That's rich doby. As if I have this, you can beat me," before transforming into the Sharingan with just 2 tomos. Sasuke closed his eyes, but he was taken aback when Naruto began to laugh. "That won't help you out in this battle, Teme." Naruto smirked as he captured the image of his gaping best friend, saying, "Priceless." Without closing his eyes, Naruto's eyes entered their fully mature Sharingan, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen in shock. How is the Sharingan Dobi in your possession? It's only in Uchiha's, and the last two are Itachi and me. When Sasuke saw another set of Sharingan eyes in his former best friend's head, he roared in alarm. Well, it seems that there is another one cause I activated mine when I was only 6 and it matured when I was 7, making me the true prodigy of the Uchiha clan even if I dislike it, smugly replied Sasuke. Then, leaping from Madara's head, Sasuke hurled himself at the blonde, yelling, "Dobi!" Using his hands to push his lower body up into a handstand, Naruto kicked Sasuke in the face after he simply ducked the first blow and swept his legs, making the black-haired boy jump to avoid it. Sasuke's blood boiled as Naruto merely stared down at him with emotionless Sharingan eyes, making him look almost exactly like Itachi if not for the blonde hair, before sprinting up the wall, removing the shuriken and kunai, and hurling them at the blonde, who then leapt down to meet him. Sasuke was sent flying off the statue to the water below, but flipped in midair before catching himself skidding down the chest of the statue of Hashirama. Before facing Sasuke's kunai in a battle for supremacy, Naruto pulled one kunai and deflected every single projectile before lowering himself in a split and swiping at Sasuke's stomach at an angle that would go straight from the stomach to the right side of the chest. Sasuke, sensing the attack, leapt away and threw more shuriken at the blonde. As he fell after his friend, Naruto ducked to the left and they began pounding and slashing with their fists and kunai. Naruto jumped back and then made a series of hand signs that were blocked by his trenchcoat sleeves before whispering, "Hidden mist jutsu." The water beneath the two fighters began to rise into a thick mist that covered the entire valley and rendered their Sharingan useless. Sasuke was turning his head quickly to see through the mist, but he was only able to see a few feet in any direction, and there was hardly any sunlight. The only sounds that could be heard were the sound of the river flowing beneath him and the waterfall. Sasuke yells, "What are you doing, Dobi? I'm furious that I can't see you. We're both blind now, so you're only hurting yourself." He was kicked in the chest after pushing himself after being punched from behind and hitting the water before he could finish his tirade. Sasuke was sitting upright on the water's surface, clutching his sore chest and watching for movement when he heard a voice that sounded like his brother's without emotion. "What I am doing is taking away your so-called advantage by taking away your sight." Naruto then appeared to fade into view a few feet in front of Sasuke, looking bored, which infuriated him. "While you can't see a thing and take the pain, all I have to do is use my other senses to find you and take you down." Then, roaring like a fool, Sasuke charged at Naruto, punching wildly in an attempt to hit the blonde, but for some reason he was unable to do so, and to make matters worse, Naruto was not wearing his Sharingan. Naruto, on the other hand, was tired of this pointless fight and began to put some effort into it. Now, Sasuke was on the defensive from the precise combos sent by his blonde rival. The mist soon began to dissipate as Naruto focused on defeating the feeble Uchiha in front of him. With enough chakra in his limbs, Naruto began to move even more quickly, startling Sasuke, who was barely able to keep up with his Sharingan. Naruto focused some chakra into his fist before slamming it into Sasuke's chest, sending it hurtling backwards into the valley wall and leaving a sizable crater. Naruto had stopped at the sight of flames licking over his black-haired rival, best friend, and waited for the second round to start in the hopes of more fun. But Sasuke was in a slight daze after hitting the wall and could still see his blonde rival begin to approach his downed form with a bored expression on his face, which caused Sasuke's blood to boil to the point where the curse mark began to spread over his body. The two young men were unaware that a person, if you can call him that, was watching them from a distance. He had a black trench coat over his body that resembled Naruto's, but instead of the red flames, there were red clouds, indicating that he was a member of the Akatsuki. A kusa headband was tied around his neck, with a slash through it, indicating that he was a missing nin. The ninja world knows him as Zetsu, a master spy, and an S-ranked ninja. Now let's get back to the action. Sasuke, experiencing a rush of chakra, began to laugh at the rush, believing that he could do anything with the power, including defeating his opponent before heading out to get more power from Orochimaru. Sasuke began to slowly stand up, enjoying the power coursing through him, while Naruto remained a few feet away, looking bored, waiting for the fight to resume. "I can now defeat you, Dobi, thanks to this power. No one can defeat me because I am a Uchiha elite." "Whoa, Sasuke shouted, causing his opponent to snort. After that, try to defeat me, Teme. Naruto drew lead in an attempt to agitate the Uchiha in front of him even more, and judging by the slightly murderous expression, he was successful. No matter what you get, unless you have the skills to back it up, then you're just wasting the power. Stop talking. I'll be able to defeat my brother with this power and the power Orochimaru will give me. Sasuke said this before launching himself at Naruto at a speed that Chunin couldn't match. Naruto found it easy to block the faster punches and kicks. Naruto felt that he was finally getting a workout and was getting excited, while Sasuke was growing even more irate because he couldn't defeat his rival even with the boost from the curse mark. After a few minutes of straight up taijutsu, the two leapt away from one another, a little exhausted. Feeling the need to unleash some devastation, Naruto called out to his opponent, "Why not start using ninjutsu ne teme since we've only been using taijutsu?" In order to avoid being left out, Sasuke began creating the seals for his favorite jutsu before finishing on Tora and putting his hand to his mouth. He then began shooting through hand signs so quickly that Sasuke could hardly make out some of them. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. A big ball of fire shot out of the boy's mouth and raced in the direction of the blonde who completed his series of hand signals with a rooster. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu. The water in front of the blonde began to change before rushing in the shape of a huge dragon that was roaring in the direction of the fireball. When the two jutsus collided, the water dragon sped through the fireball like it was nothing and charging at the black-haired Uchiha who jumped out of the way to dodge it. Naruto, not letting the Uchiha go, started doing another set of hand signs before ending in Tora, then putting his hands to his mouth like Sasuke did before. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Out of his mouth shot a dozen medium-sized fireballs, and then Naruto, not yet finished, made a single hand sign before putting his hands to his mouth again for a second jutsu. Futon. Daitopa. Out of his mouth this time came a wide and heavy blast of wind that on contact to the fireballs caused them to double in size and speed, making them become missiles of fire. Sasuke, fearing for his life, pumped chakra into his legs before starting to dodge the incoming fire missiles that blew up as they hit the water, sending superheated water in every direction that sometimes hit Sasuke, burning him slightly. Sasuke had dodged every fireball except the final one that came out from behind another fireball and hit him square in the chest, exploding and causing him to scream in pain before being thrown into the wall again, but this time causing a bigger crater. Naruto was slightly winded at using those three jutsus in a row, but thanks to extensive chakra control training he could use his massive reserves fairly well, which was indicated just now with using an A-ranked jutsu that was powered enough to almost be a low S rank, then use two C ranks in conjunction with each other for maximum damage and speed. Sasuke was gritting his teeth from the pain while trying to get out of the wall to continue on fighting. Going through his mind were multiple flashes of when Itachi called him weak and how he lacked hatred before his mind flashed to the memories of how Itachi killed the whole clan that night so long ago. And while he was remembering, his anger spiked and soon the curse mark started to expand and cover his whole body, turning him into his curse mark 2 form. Naruto was slowly catching his breath before looking to where the evil chakra spiked where Sasuke was. Soon the dust cloud slowly faded away before Sasuke could be seen, causing the blonde's eyes to widen at the sight of the two bat-like wings that sprouted out the back to Sasuke. The next thing he heard was the slowly rising insane chuckle that came from his rival. It slowly turning into a madman's laugh that sent a slight shiver down Naruto's spine. Naruto watched as Sasuke spread his wings out before looking at him with fully mature Sharingan eyes. Naruto wasn't scared of that because he was more experienced with that level already, but what really scared him, slightly though, was the amount of chakra that Sasuke now had. It may not be close to his, but it was now double than before. Sasuke was now coming down from his high when he came up with an evil idea, causing him to smirk. "Hey Naruto, how about a final showdown? Your strongest jutsu against mine, then let's see who is stronger, you or me." "Okay." Wanting to end this now, Naruto simply nodded and said, "Whatever." In opposition to him, Naruto stood with his hand turned upwards before pumping a lot of chakra into it. Electricity began to crackle out of Sasuke's hand before forming into a ball of pure lightning that crackled, but the usual blue chakra soon turned black. Wind began to spin around Naruto's hand before forming in a pure ball of spinning chakra that spanned in multiple directions. Sasuke made 3 hand signs before grabbing his wrist and pumping chakra into his hand. Rasengan. Chidori. These were the whispers of the two attacks. Before the two jutsu met, Sasuke was using his wings to increase his speed while in midair, and Naruto and Sasuke pumped some chakra into their feet before firing at each other with their arms holding the two legendary jutsu behind them. Rasengan. Chidori. A ball of intermixing chakra soon started to swirl and form an ever increasing ball of black chakra around the two ninja who were still fighting each other. The ball soon reached its maximum size before abruptly beginning to turn from black to white. The two jutsu collided in a bright flash of light that spanned for approximately half a mile in all directions. In order to avoid losing, Naruto pumped more chakra into his Rasengan, and Sasuke did the same for his Chidori. The power struggle soon ended, and the two flew in the direction of each other with Sasuke's hand in the shape of a blade. Knowing that he would die if Sasuke struck him, Naruto performed a slight barrel roll just before either attack struck, causing Sasuke to miss completely. The blonde then rammed his Rasengan into Sasuke's chest, sending him spiraling backwards before drilling into the wall. Naruto fell to the waters below, a little worn out but still able to move around, until he sensed a fast moving chakra signature. His eyes widened as he looked up to see who it was, but he quickly jumped back to avoid our neighborhood trader Kabuto Yakushi's incoming chakra scalpel. The blonde knew that although he might be a match for low or mid Jonin, Kabuto was on par with Kakashi, and the copy ninja was the strongest Jonin in the leaf. Naruto landed on the other side of the valley and saw Kabuto's smirking face. If he could hold out in a fight, perhaps backup would show up and help him deal with the traitor and return Sasuke to the leaf. It seems like you surprised me by defeating little Sasuke here, Naruto. However, I regret to inform you that Lord Orochimaru is now wishing for his next body, so why don't you run along and avoid harm? As if Kabuto, snorted Naruto. To get Sasuke back to the Leaf Village, I will fight you if necessary, so please stop talking and prepare. Kabuto wasn't standing around doing nothing, so he charged the blonde with his chakra scalpels activated as Naruto swiftly withdrew the scroll containing Ranran Shuin and bit his thumb to wipe it on the kanji. When Naruto saw Kabuto charging, he grabbed Okibi Sosei, who was now present, activated his Sharingan, and then charged as well. The Valley of the End is a few miles away. The Jonin had just returned from an A-rank mission when he heard about Sasuke going rouge and that a team of genin was out to get him back. Kakashi almost exploded when he heard from Tsunade herself before racing out of the gates to catch up with the team. He had been traveling with a group of med nins that were also sent out to bring the injured back ASAP. We find our favorite one, Ide Sensei with his ever faithful Pakken, and the two were following Naruto's scent in the hopes of catching up with him and assisting him in his mission to get Sasuke back. Fearing for both of his students, Kakashi hurried along the trail with Pakken to track Naruto after all of the medical ninjas had picked up the fallen team members. Gaara and Lee had informed him that Naruto had proceeded to capture Sasuke. Kakashi, there is another scent in addition to Naruto's and Sasuke's, so Orochimaru must have sent another backup. But this time, the scent is actually infused with the aroma of snakes, so it must be Kabuto, Pakken remarked as he leapt alongside his master. Now that Kabuto was present, Kakashi was even more terrified of what might happen because, based on Pakken's statement, it implied that Naruto was now fighting either Kabuto alone or Sasuke and Kabuto together, giving them an unfair advantage. Kakashi recalled how cunning Kabuto was and how, despite his youth, he was at least as skilled as him, which was noteworthy because he was an Anbu captain. Then, let's quicken the pace because Naruto will attempt to stall for as long as possible in order to get support from someone if Kabuto is present. According to what everyone has been saying, Kabuto is about my level and has twice, if not more, than Naruto's experience, while Naruto has been holding back a lot over the past few months and is almost a low Jonin in terms of skill and power but lacks experience. After giving a nod, Pakken and Kakashi both pumped more chakra into his legs, making them appear to be bullets piercing the treetops. Returning with Kabuto and Naruto had sustained some cuts here and there and some torn muscles from being struck by a scalpel, but the battle between the two was still going strong. Kabuto remained the same, but his rejuvenation technique had already caused the cuts to heal. Thus far, they have employed taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. Kabuto with the chakra scalpels or serrated kunai. Because Naruto used the same combination of Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu and Futon Daitopa that he had used on Sasuke on Kabuto, The walls appeared to have been blown away, which is exactly what happened in this instance. Being as nimble as the snake Sanin himself, Kabuto avoided every fireball before retaliating with Teppodama no Jutsu. Given that Naruto was superior to Kabuto, both fighters were worn out. At the moment, the two combatants were catching their breath on different banks of the river. After catching his breath, Kabuto said, "Well, Naruto-kun, perhaps I should take you as well as Sasuke, seeing as you have a more advanced Sharingan than he does." He then charged Naruto, who was holding himself up a little with Ranran Shuin. As he senses his sensei's chakra signature approaching with each minute, Naruto prepared to hold out a little while longer after noticing the charge. Where Sasuke is in the wall. Sasuke had gritted his teeth in agony as he finally woke up during all of this fighting. He slowly sat up to check his surroundings and realized that he was still in the Valley of the End. Since Naruto had not taken him back, something must have happened, and he began to crawl back out to where the light and fighting sounds were. The sun's bright lights and the sounds of the river's fighting surrounded him as soon as he stepped outside. After his black eyes acclimatized to the light, he searched for the fighters and discovered Kabuto and Naruto engaged in combat. With quick thinking, Sasuke stands up a little unsteadily and then leaps up the wall that would take him to a place where he would gain more power. Naturally, nobody has even noticed Zetsu's deftly concealed chakra signature while he was down the valley wall observing the battles. Returning to the battle already sensing Sasuke's chakra signature leaping away, Kabuto sensed Kakashi's incoming signature. He could have defeated Naruto and taken him with him, but he had to leave right away because he didn't want the copy ninja to find him, kill him, and take Sasuke back. He was currently holding his own against Ranran Shuin while crossing his serrated kunai. After trying to catch up with the Sound 4, getting some of his chakra sucked out by Jirobo, the Gaichoji fights from the Sound 4, fighting Kimimaro for a while, then going into a 3-round match with Sasuke. He faced off against himself, Kabuto, and used up probably twice as much chakra as he had against Sasuke. He could tell that the blonde in front of him was losing energy and chakra because he was getting weaker. Naruto missed Sasuke's departure because he was too focused on stopping Kabuto. He was exhausted from everything he had done today, and all he had to do was wait another 2 to 3 minutes for Kakashi to show up. Though not as much as he was, he could tell that Kabuto was growing weary. "Come on, Kakashi. Sensei, quicken up. I can't stand this guy for much longer," Naruto shouts to himself. Kyuubi's voice startled Naruto a little when he said, "Then why not let me help you, Naruto-kun?" However, it was enough for Kabuto to break the lock and swipe at him, missing since he had dodged to gain some distance. "Kyuubi-chan?" Naruto asked, beginning another blade fight with Kabuto. "Hi Naruto-kun. Why not use some of my chakra to help you stall since you're getting low? And also I don't want you to die on me, Naruto-kun." Kyuubi responded with a thought. After gaining some distance from Kabuto, Naruto mentally sighs and begins a quick series of hand signs. "I know I can, but I still can't control your chakra without feeling anger and bloodlust, which if when Kakashi gets here he would think that you were trying to escape and attack me to either subdue me or if needed to, kill me," Naruto says as he unleashes another Suiryuden no Jutsu at Kabuto, then charges at him, cutting him along the side of his stomach with Ranran Shuin, causing him to scream in agony and leaping away to heal the wound before he bleeds out. Kyuubi said in a worried tone, "Okay, but please be careful Naruto-kun, cuz you nearing your limit and you still need to hold out for another minute." Naruto was a little taken aback because he had never imagined that the so-called Biju Queen would be concerned about his well-being. Naruto calms the anxious demon by whispering, "I'll be alright Q-chan." This calms her, but it also makes her blush, though he couldn't see it because of her red fur and he was currently engaged in a life or death battle. After practicing taijutsu and other C-rank jutsus for another minute, Kabuto makes the decision to leave before he has to battle Kakashi. Kabuto turns around and bolts up the side of the wall to escape after saying, "Well, I should be off, seeing as if I stay any longer would get me killed by your incoming sensei, so bye Naruto-kun." When Naruto realized his battle was over, he fell to the ground and slowly moved his weary arms to his holding scroll so he could put his blade away. The blonde felt Pakin and his sensei emerge on the top of the wall behind him, then leap down to join him as soon as the blade was back in its seal. Just 1 minute ago, with Kakashi after learning that Kabuto was fighting, Kakashi had fired it. He could tell that Naruto was fighting hard and stalling as long as he could by the amount of chakra being used in the battlefield's direction. His best chance is to get there in time to save at least one of his pupils. Kakashi, I smelled that Sasuke left while the battle was still in progress and we should be arriving in a minute or so, Pakken said in the wind. Kakashi kept his eye out in front of him and nodded. After a minute, the two reached the Valley of the End and were searching for the blonde-haired ninja while gazing down at the devastation. When Pakken claims that Naruto was right below them and that Kabuto had to have escaped to avoid being captured or killed, Kakashi nods, dismisses Pakken, and leaps down to greet the weary blonde. Overall point of view, Kakashi had landed 10 feet or so to the side of his student's sitting form, who was now attempting to regain some of his lost chakra and catch his breath. Kakashi approached his student and asked, "Naruto, are you okay? I got here as fast as I could after I came back from my mission." The student gave him a normal blue look and began to pant slowly. To his sensei's amusement, Naruto shot back, "Yeah, I'm fine, though for the record, I had a hell of a day and I am not going to enjoy the report." With a nod from his student, Kakashi says, "No one enjoys the paperwork, especially Tsunade-sama, who has to go over it anyway. So anyway, how about while we are heading back you can tell me what happened so I can help you write up the report while you get some rest." "Nay?" The student slowly gets to his feet, looks at the wall he must climb, sighs, and mumbles, "Troublesome," before jumping up the cliffside with Kakashi and then slowly tree-hopping home while talking about everything that happened to him. The end of the flashback. The group then observes the time as Naruto and Kakashi return to the moment when Naruto leaves on his training expedition with Jiraiya, the pervy sage. The group then watched as Naruto traveled around the elemental countries training with his taijutsu, kenjutsu, and half-demon form when he had the time, either alone or with several hundred clones, who Jiraiya had told him about their abilities. Jiraiya was working on his ninjutsu, genjutsu, and fuinjutsu because he had enjoyed the art when he made the scroll for Ranran Shuin, while Rei, as she had introduced herself, was working on his onijutsu that works with each tail and its abilities. They saw the blonde and Rei gradually fall in love, and soon they were figuring out how to let her be on the outside of the seal. Naturally, the sage repeatedly told him not to listen to his pleas for Jiraiya's assistance, claiming that she was attempting to persuade him to kill him and exact revenge or something similar. He only received a kick to the balls with chakra power and was subsequently cast into a Kumo bathhouse on the female side. Even worse, the majority of the Kumo kunochi, including Yugito, the Nibi container, were soaking because it was a holiday for them. He was beaten until Naruto, who was feeling a little guilty, came to his aid and, of course, blindfolded himself to prevent his death. All of the kunochi blushed when they saw Naruto essentially nude and, to their delight, soaked because he had forgotten that day that he was also at the hot springs and had only a towel around his waist. Naruto quickly made the yellow flash appear sluggish by grabbing Jiraiya and leaving in a split second after realizing he was only wearing a towel. Even though he was from a different village, he had founded his own fan club that day. They then witnessed Yugito, a Jinchuriki who lived in Kumo, hunting Naruto down. Rewind. After experiencing another growth spurt, Naruto spent roughly 20 minutes wandering the streets of Kumogakure in search of food and a clothes store to buy more clothes. At a healthy 5 feet 7 inches and 14.5 years old, Naruto is dressed in his typical black boots with steel toes that are wrapped around his feet for added protection. His black baggy pants had been replaced with a more form-fitting pair that only allowed 1 inch of space between the fabric and his skin, but still didn't cling to him. His shuriken kunai pouch was clipped to his belt just above his right cheek, and he had another one full of small scrolls that contained medical supplies, food, chakra, blood, and other types of pills, as well as smoke bombs and various types of tags. Even though he might not need it, someone else might be injured or weak and require a little encouragement. Ascending from there, we see Naruto eschewing his black skin-tight shirt in favor of wearing nothing at all, showcasing his 6-packed chest and abs to the delight of Kumo women. He wore his black Jonin-style vest open all the time, adding a design of the Kyuubi lying down beneath an oak tree on the back, along with the kanji for Crimson Fox. Additionally, he had purchased a necklace for himself that was crafted from the same metal as the SSSM, 7 Shinobi Swordsmen of the Mist blades. The necklace depicted a Kyuubi in attack mode, which is when her tails are flapping behind her and she appears to be prepared to leap like a typical fox. In order for people to see the design on his back, Naruto had chosen not to wear a trench coat. Over his blonde eyes were a pair of sunglasses that, although they appeared normal from the outside, had a tiny HUD inside that, when activated and needed to pull up information on specific pieces of information, would appear to be a book in front of the blonde's eyes because of numerous tiny seals. In the event that he needed information about a missing nin he planned to capture for some extra cash, he would simply need to access a specific bingo book from the seal archives, search for the target closest to him, and obtain details about the target's affinities, rank, i.e., whether or not the target was a ranked, estimated skill level, and estimated chakra level before leaving. I think I am the first person to ever think of this inside of a pair of sunglasses. The sunglasses let him see perfectly whenever he uses his Sharingan, even though they block out the majority of the sun. Because he is in an enemy village and doesn't want to start a fight, he isn't wearing his headband right now. After a year and a half of training with Jiraiya, the blonde learned a lot and gained invaluable experience by hunting missing nin for different villages and doing sporadic missions. Naruto was almost as skilled in Kenjutsu as SSSM and had improved his Taijutsu to mid-Jonin. The blonde's ninjutsu and genjutsu abilities have been improving nicely with Jiraiya's assistance. Since Naruto is a ninja of honor, he would learn the jutsu before ever using it against an opponent, even though he has copied many of them from other missing nin. Thus far, Naruto has mastered the human forms of fire and wind manipulation with the aid of his shadow clones. Being the next Kyuubi, he showed that he had affinities for all 5 elements. He has been working on maintaining the balance of both his and Rei's chakras, so his chakra control was close to high Jonin. Naruto would currently be rated as low to mid Jonin if his skills were the only criteria used, and mid to high Jonin if his experience was also taken into account. However, if sufficiently agitated, Naruto would transform into a half-demon, and his strength and abilities would be nearly equal to Jiraiya's, with the exception of his lack of Toad Sannin experience. Naruto had been practicing his half-demon form in his spare time, and he was currently on his 4th tail. As he would apply the knowledge he gained in his human form to his half-demon form, Naruto discovered that the more control he had over his human elemental chakras, the easier it was to master the particular tails. The 3rd tail had been the tail of fire. Control over the earth is the subject of the 4th tail. Rei had informed him that the next step was to maximize his body's strength and gain even more control over the elements he already knew. Rei had also recommended that Naruto occasionally practice meditation in order to channel his elemental chakra and completely control his breathing, which would boost his already godlike stamina to new levels. Anyway, let's get back to the narrative. After purchasing some clothes and putting them in a scroll, Naruto was on his way to get some sake and sushi. Naruto was unaware that Yugito ni, Kumo's resident container, was traveling to the same location as him. Over the course of the 2 weeks in Kumo, the blonde man had occasionally spotted her while strolling the streets. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Yugito was enjoying a pleasant conversation with her tenant, Nibi, also known as Kira to those who know her true name. "So, Kira-chan, what are your plans for our day off today?" Yugito inquired as he was aimlessly strolling. "Well kitten, maybe we should look up that blonde-haired god we saw at the hot springs last week." Kira was purring sensually. When Yugito recalled that incident, it sent her into a tailspin and made her flush red. "Kira-chan, for once, why can't we just leave it alone?" Yugito shouted at her companion. "But kitten, you have to admit that he looked good with that water going down his muscles. And also there's another reason why you should look him up." Kira gave a hint. "And what reason is this other than to take him in the sack, Kira-chan?" Yugito asked, raising a mental eyebrow. Though Yugito didn't know why, Kira said with a hint of happiness, "When he had first arrived in Kumo, I had been smelling the scent of fox around, and since this scent only belongs to one vixen I know of." "And Kira-chan, who could that fox be?" Since Kira is a Biju and they are immortal, Yugito was genuinely intrigued. Since the fox must also be immortal for her tenant to remember, and the only immortal fox she is aware of is the Kira-chan. "Are you telling me that the Kyuubi container is here in Kumo?" Yugito asks, his eyes widening in surprise. The blonde practically shouts in her head. Kira responded, "Kitten, Don't yell because it hurts when you do, with a hiss and lowered ears. I'm sorry, Kira-chan, but it's hard to believe the container of the most powerful of the Biju was walking around our village like a civilian, Yugito said, blushing in embarrassment as he looked down. After eliminating the ringing in her ears, Kira responded, but anyway kitten, it could be Rei-chan, but it also could be her successor, as she had disappeared almost 15 years ago, and through my connection with Shinigami Sama I felt that he was summoned, and he only gets summoned when the high-risk sealing jutsu, the Shiki Fuin, is used, or if I were to summon him myself. Yugito was taken aback. It may be the next to become the Kyuubi no Kitsune, or it may be the container of the Kyuubi no Kitsune in her hometown. In any case, she needs to check to see if Kira is right, but she had to get something to eat after hearing a loud growl from her stomach. After blushing, the blonde turned to face the world and noticed that some people were staring at her oddly, while others were laughing, which made her blush even more. The blonde rushes off to get some sushi in an effort to maintain her dignity. The idea of fish made her and her tenants' mouths water just thinking about it. Naruto's entrance to the sushi bar. At last, Naruto had discovered a restaurant that offered both sake and sushi. The interior was opulent yet exotic. Premium oak wood with a light brown finish was used throughout. He thought it was a pleasant place, and he planned to help Ichirakus grow by advising them to add more items to the menu in order to boost business when he returned to Konoha. Naruto ordered the house special, which consisted of 2 sushi plates and a bottle of sake, from a booth in the far corner. He chose to talk to his tenant, Lover, while he waited for his food. "Hey, are you awake, Rei-hime?" Knowing that if he were going to wake his sweetheart, he would do it to give her an earache, Naruto asks gently. He woke up his lover from a nap, as indicated by a yawn. "I'm awake now, Naruto-kun," Rei said drowsily. To avoid upsetting his sweetheart as she was getting ready, Naruto said softly, "I'm sorry to wake you up, love, but I just wanted to talk to you for a bit." Before Rei was completely awake, there was another yawn. "Well, I'm awake now, Naru-kun, so what is it you would like to talk about?" she asked. Naruto explained, a little annoyed at trying to figure out who it could be or what could have such a strong scent. "I wanted to talk to you about that blonde woman we keep seeing, because for some reason every time we pass her I can smell the scent of a Nekomata, and a strong one at that." Naruto-kun, if you're smelling a Neko, you're probably smelling Kira-chan, who was the guardian of Lightning Country along with the Hachibi. "It's been so long since I saw my friend that I have been afraid that something happened to her when I lost contact with her around 19 years ago." Rei laughed a little as she realized her lover's predicament and chose to appease him for the time being. Before his food arrived, Naruto gave his lover a virtual hug after hearing her dejected tone. "So, Rei-chan, you believe that blonde will be searching for us if you are correct that she is the owner of your friend? Well, I wouldn't put it past that curious feline, so I would give her by the end of the day before she meets with us." Just as Rei finished speaking, the door of the restaurant opened, revealing Yugito herself. Based on her expression, Naruto could tell that she was extremely hungry, as evidenced by the drool on her lips and the glassy eyes. When he heard and saw how much the blonde woman was ordering, he stood up and corrected her, saying, "Make that in a matter of minutes, Rei-hime." Her lover giggled. Naruto watched Yugito gobble up sushi like he did ramen, which is saying something, as he finished his light breakfast of 2 more orders of the house special. It appeared to be okay because the chef's expression suggests that it was something he did on a daily basis. The blonde boy paid for the food first, then he sat back and rested his head on the booth's padded back after giving it a little shake. While consuming her typical quantity of sushi from her favorite restaurant, Yugito was in a state of euphoria. She nearly forgot about the blonde guy she was looking for because she was enjoying the food so much. After finishing her first house special, she became aware of a presence in the room that smelled like a fox. It was about lunchtime, so Yugito skipped her ninja training and scanned the crowded establishment. She shrugged and resumed eating when she was unable to identify the person who had the odd smell. The blonde would have noticed a bush of spiky blonde hair if she had turned her head toward the back of the room. Even though Kira enjoyed the taste of the fish, she couldn't stop searching for the owner of the fox scent while her container was filling herself to overflowing. The smell that was mixed in was undoubtedly familiar to Kira because it was identical to that of Rei Himatasa, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, her best friend. Before becoming Biju and leaders of their respective clans, Kira's being the Nekomatas and Rei's being the Kitsunes, the two used to play together, Kira recalled. Kira soon discovered the source and realized it was, in fact, the boy with the blonde hair from the hot springs. After Kira told her container what she had discovered, Yugito decided to visit Naruto after noticing where he was sitting. The mindscape of Naruto with his eyes closed. Naruto was sitting beneath a tree he had made in his mindscape, holding Rei close to him. While they were still in the early stages of their relationship, the two were happy to grope and see each other nude. Rei's head was leaning against Naruto's, and Naruto's was resting on his shoulder. His lover slept in his arms, but the blonde remained awake. Naruto had the ability to alter his mindscape whenever he wanted after the two had become acquainted. Naruto only altered the surroundings when he first altered his mindscape, but as time went on, he added an increasing number of various animals and plants to make the space livelier. Additionally, it gave Rei an opportunity to pass the time by enabling her to transform into a miniature fox and pursue objects. Naruto gazed at his sweetheart's serene face before giving her a gentle peck on the cheek. Soon after the invasion, Naruto sensed that someone was approaching him, so he picked Rei up carefully and swiftly before making an appearance in the one-story house he had imagined. When the blonde arrived at the house's bedroom, he placed his beloved on the bed before covering her with the covers. Before kissing her on the cheek and stepping out of his mindscape, he gave her a gentle smile at the now adorable scene. Actual world. After stretching his eyes a little and opening his eyes, Naruto turned to see the blonde woman approaching him. Naruto secretly wondered how the conversation would turn out because he had hoped to leave town before ever seeing the woman. When Yugito was around 5 feet away, Naruto expertly put on his happy-go-lucky mask. After rising and paying for her meal, Yugito was making her way to the back booth, which was occupied by the Kyuubi, the alleged holder of the Queen of Biju. She could hardly see him from where she was coming from, but as she made her way to the booth, more and more of the boy's features became visible. You already know what he's wearing from above. If she didn't know any better, she would have to claim that she was seeing a younger Minato Namikaze, a character from the fable Konoha's Yellow Flash, with whisker marks added. Yugito asked the blonde boy, "Would you mind if I sat with you?" "Sure. Go ahead, lady," Naruto said with a smile. Yugito nodded, took a seat across from Naruto, and struck up a conversation. "So how do you like the food here?" she inquired, observing the 2 platters and bottles of sake. "It's all right to me, but it's nowhere as good as Ichiraku's ramen." Naruto shrugged and said, shouting. "Okay, but you didn't have to shout. We're in a restaurant for Kami's sake," Yugito said, shrugging and picking at her ear in frustration. Naruto smiled like a nervous fox and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry about that." "Ah, where are my manners? My name is Yugito Ni of Kumo. What's your name?" she asked sheepishly, recalling that she had forgotten to tell him her name. Thankfully, Naruto didn't yell at that moment, so only those two heard him say, "Nice to meet you, Yugito-san. The name is Naruto Uzumaki and I am going to be Hokage. Believe it." "So what are you doing in Kumo?" Mr. 9. Yugito asked cryptically, smiling before becoming serious and deciding to get right to the point of why she had come. "Well, Mrs. 2, I am in town on a training trip with my master to get stronger so I can actually survive the attacks I will be getting in the future like you will." Naruto's mask vanished in an instant, and in its place was complete emotionlessness and seriousness, which somewhat alarmed Yugito at how this perhaps 14-year-old boy could go from being happy-go-lucky to completely emotionless in a millisecond. Although Yugito was shocked that she would be attacked, her ninja reasoning assumed that only those who detested her or her village would do so. She has also been informed that a group of S-rank individuals are scouting the area for any indications of Biju or containers. Naruto's voice interrupted her thoughts before she could think any more. "I guess now you understand why I am not in my home village and out and training about. If I were to stay in Konoha, then sooner or later the Akatsuki would attack the Leaf, and even though it's only 9.10 missing nin, we are still trying to get back on our feet from the invasion that happened years ago, and being attacked by 9S class nin would destroy us completely just to get their hands on me. Especially when one of them is Leaf's own traitor, Itachi Uchiha, and he knows all about our defenses." Naruto continued. Then, Naruto leaves the building, leaving Yugito and Kira in shock, though Kira was a little relieved that her old friend was still alive. "Now, if you excuse me ladies, I need to go and continue training, and also Kira." Yugito's head shut up and her eyes widened at the name of her best friend. Rei says hi. The end of the flashback. After that, the group watched the rest of Naruto's stay in Kumo before he and Jiraiya departed to continue their training in other nations. Naturally, they informed the Raikage about the Akatsuki and their impending pursuit of Yugito before departing. Naruto pushed himself to the limit during the last year of training. Throughout the year, Naruto worked on his Tai, Ken, Nin, General, and Chakra control, but the blonde spent the final year concentrating on mastering Fuinjutsu and transforming into his true half, demon form. Training trip conclusion and Naruto flashback return. The market is crowded with civilians on a sunny morning in Leaf Village, with the odd nin in the mix. Along the rooftops, we can observe our numerous Leaf nin going about their daily tasks as assigned. An occasional cry from a new Genin team on their first D-rank mission can also be heard, which leads to a few giggles as they pass Chunin and Jonin. As we walk along the road to Konoha's main gate, we come across two nin who, if you know how to read people's posture, exude strength and experience. A man in his early 50s with a long, untamed mane of white hair growing out the back of his head is shown on the right. He wore a headband with two horns and the kanji for oil on his forehead. He was wearing a gray kimono with a red kabuki vest over it, and underneath it was a chain-mail shirt. He was dressed in wooden getas and gray kimono pants. The ninja community referred to this man as the Toad Sage Jiraiya of the Sannin. The other individual appeared to be between 15 and 16 years old and 5 feet 10 inches. The individual in question was a teenage boy with a headband tied to his forehead and a few strands of spiky blonde hair that reached his shoulders. The boy wore black sunglasses over his eyes and had 3 whisker marks on either side of his face. 2 necklaces hung from his neck. One was on a black wire with a green gemstone with a white stone on either side, and the other was a pure silvery color. The necklace depicted the Kyuubi in attack mode, ready to leap like a fox, with her tails flapping behind her. Additionally, the kanji for true strength was tattooed on his neck in the form of thorns. This boy was dressed in black combat boots with steel toes and had medical wrapping from his feet to just below his knees. His pants were crimson red and semi-tight, with a centimeter of breathing space around and down his legs. He had 2 pouches on his pants, one on his right thigh that held shuriken, kunai, tags, and ninja wire, and another on his left hip that held scrolls. The boy's open, multi-pocketed black Jonin style vest, which he wore without a shirt, revealed his muscular frame. Crimson Fox was written in kanji beneath a picture of a sleeping Kyuubi no Kitsune resting beneath an old oak tree on the back. There was a metal plate with the leaf symbol on the back, and he wore open-fingered, forearm-length gloves made of chakra fiber for added protection over his hands. This boy is the newest and arguably best apprentice to Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, the legendary Toad Sage. Yes, even though he disclosed his Sharingan during the Chunin finals, I'm having the feeling that only Jiraiya, who has been with him for the last 2.5 years, is aware of it. When the two approach the main gate, they see Izumo and Katetsu, 2 Chunin who are very familiar, guarding the gate. Izumo and Katetsu were playing poker at the gate booth when the master and apprentice approached, with Izumo winning more. After waiting for a few minutes, Naruto, who had become a little impatient despite all the meditation exercises, sent out a large, focused ki at the two, causing them to freeze and slowly turn in their direction. After recognizing Jiraiya from his headband and attire, Izumo and Katetsu hurried to the front and gave the still agitated Naruto and Jiraiya in front of them a nervous smile. Still feeling the enormous wave of ki emanating from Naruto, Izumo stammered, "Hello Jiraiya. Sama, it's nice to see you again after all this time." The 2 Chunin in front of Jiraiya became even more anxious as he ground out, "Yes, nice to see you 2 Bakas again. Sai, me and the Gaki here are back from our training trip. So could you please sign us in so we can report to Tsunade?" Katetsu mumbled, Hi, and then swiftly signed the 2 frightful individuals in front of him in. Jiraiya giggling and his eyes going glassy at the prospect of all the nude women he would soon be seeing, he said, "Thank you, now we must be off so I can sooner go and research," although he has been secretly reading the books as well and giving him and Rei more ideas for how they have sex. Naruto simply shook his head at the fool who was his master. The two began scanning the area after they passed through the gate to see if anything had changed during their absence. After deciding that a higher vantage point would be more effective, Naruto appeared atop a tall light post using a sealless shunshin. Glancing around, the blonde noticed that the Hokage mountain now had a new head that bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade. He shared the same thought as Jiraiya, who had materialized on a nearby roof. They either used explosives or Tsunade's strength to make that, and I am leaning more toward the latter. With a sigh, Naruto removed his sunglasses to reveal a deeper shade of cerulean blue eyes and said, in a whispery voice, "Well Konoha, I'm back." The end of the flashback. The blonde-haired half-demon whispered softly, "Well Konoha, I'm back." Jiraiya of the Sannin, Naruto's sensei, was standing on a nearby rooftop, while Naruto himself was standing atop a light post. The two were examining Tsunade's stone head, the newest addition to the Hokage mountain. Naruto had just returned from a highly inventive training trip, traveling and training non-stop for 2.5 years. After shaking the cobwebs from his head, Naruto inhaled deeply. He glanced slightly to his left at his teacher, who gave him the all clear to continue. A cheeky grin appeared on the blonde's face before he vanished in a faint blur to the Hokage tower, followed by Jiraiya, who moved at a leisurely but somewhat slower pace. Office of the Hokage. A very irate Tsunade was sitting in a large chair behind a desk that was larger than average and covered in piles of paperwork. She was working diligently to kill the renowned enemy of all cages. Tsunade had maintained her genjutsu, which continued to indicate that she was in her early 30s, so she hadn't changed much over the years. Even though she was currently completing paperwork, she couldn't help but think about a certain blonde boy who departed with Jiraiya, her white teammate. Despite the Konohamaru Corp's best efforts to fill the blonde's shoes, the Leaf had been remarkably quiet without the boisterous prankster here. For what seemed like the 100th time today, Tsunade let out a sigh. She must have been extremely inebriated to even consider accepting this position. As she was ready to return to her mountain-sized load of torture, two more people appeared behind her and the window behind her opened. After tensing her muscles, the woman slowly turned the chair around to discover her former teammate Jiraiya standing next to a tall, blonde man. With a tired tone, Tsunade said, "Jiraiya, it's great to see you back in town." Jiraiya gave a small laugh. In his mind, Jiraiya hoped that Tsunade would go to the hot springs so he could spy on her, but he said cheerfully, "You know Tsunade, being that you were the Hokage, you were able to take a day off since you were the leader of this village." With a perverted smile and blood streaming from his nose, Tsunade simply shook her head and sighed at the indications that her teammate was considering peeking. With a bored expression on his face, the blonde Hokage turned to face the other person standing beside her teammate. The other individual appeared to be between 15 and 16 years old and 5 feet 10 inches. The individual in question was a teenage boy with a headband tied to his forehead and a few strands of spiky blonde hair that reached his shoulders. The boy wore black sunglasses over his eyes and had 3 whisker marks on either side of his face. 2 necklaces hung from his neck. One was on a black wire and featured a green gemstone with a white stone on either side, which Tsunade recognized right away. The other was a pure silvery color and depicted the Kyuubi in attack mode, with her tails flapping behind her and her appearance akin to a fox ready to leap. Additionally, the kanji for true strength was tattooed on his neck in the form of thorns. This boy was dressed in black combat boots with steel toes and had medical wrapping from his feet to just below his knees. His pants were crimson red and semi-tight, with a centimeter of breathing space around and down his legs. He had 2 pouches on his pants, one on his right thigh that held shuriken, kunai, tags, and ninja wire, and another on his left hip that held scrolls. The boy's open, multi-pocketed black jonin style vest, which he wore without a shirt, revealed his muscular frame. Crimson Fox was written in kanji beneath a picture of a sleeping Kyuubi no Kitsune resting beneath an old oak tree on the back. There was a metal plate with the leaf symbol on the back, and he wore open-fingered, forearm length gloves made of chakra fiber for added protection over his hands. Though she was unable to pinpoint it, Tsunade had the impression that she knew this individual. However, she was shocked to see her great-grandfather's necklace around his neck when she looked at his form once more. Only her favorite little blonde Gaki was wearing it, so that means Her jaw drops a little and her eyes widen before she yells, "N. Naruto," causing the blonde to smirk and flash his enormous fangs. Naruto casually remarked, "Yep, it's me, Ba-chan." Then, he dodged the blow that was headed for his face, which struck Jiraiya, who was just behind him, sending him flying out the open window instead. The blondes watch Jiraiya fly so far out the window that he ends up falling into the hot springs on the female side. While Naruto shook his head at the pitiful pretext of a sensei Jiraiya at times, Tsunade soaked in the cries of pain and agony. After turning to face Tsunade, Naruto removes his sunglasses to reveal his still, shiny sky blue eyes and smiles softly. "It's good to see you, Grandma," he whispers as he approaches Tsunade and gives her a tight hug. Tsunade smiles and gives her surrogate little brother a hug in return, whispering, "Welcome back, you brat." Still grinning, Naruto withdrew and then approached and sat down in one of the chairs facing the Hokage's desk. Tsunade grinned as she sat back in her own chair. Naruto chuckled a little before recalling his 2.5 years of training when the blonde Hokage asked, "So you mind telling me how your trip went, brat?" After 3 hours after completing his story, Naruto burst out laughing at his surrogate grandmother's stunned and stupefied expression. If only he had a camera. Wait, he took a moment to forget he had the Sharingan before turning them on for a millisecond, catching her expression and storing it in his mental funny faces files alongside Jiraiya's from the trip and Sasuke's from the vote. The incredible journey her surrogate little took with her teammate, however, left Tsunade speechless. Naruto even produced a bingo book for each of the ninja villages: Iwa, Suna, Kiri, Kumo, Leaf, and a few other smaller countries. During the narrative, the majority of them displayed images with red X's crossed out, indicating that he or Jiraiya had captured them. Occasionally, a black X appeared, and the blonde boy clarified that the ninja had already been captured by someone else. Naturally, Tsunade had heard about a pair of nins that have been eliminating the Leaf's large number of missing nins, reducing the size of the Leaf bingo book to a quarter of its previous size, leaving only the 3S ranks and the majority of the A ranks. A fox summon that always included a letter identifying the person in the scroll and requesting that the money for the head be placed in the same scroll that the scroll arrived in has returned all of the D through B rank missing nins' heads in scroll form. Since the so-called Crimson Fox began eliminating the missing nin population, the blonde Hokage had also observed a notable decline in the number of people going missing. The Crimson Fox, who was supposedly famous, was standing directly in front of her, which surprised her. Before a tiny whirl of leaves behind Naruto revealed a solemn Jiraiya with his arms crossed, the two blondes continued their conversation for a few minutes. This transforms the lighthearted and joyful environment into a somber one. When Tsunade noticed Jiraiya's and Naruto's altered expressions, she stopped smiling. Before the sounds of the village outside could be heard anymore, the entire room glowed a low green as she placed her hand beneath the desk that had a special soundproof seal set and activated it. "Now Jiraiya, what news do you have that is so important?" Tsunade asked in her best Hokage voice, getting right to the point. Jiraiya sighed and rubbed his temples as he uttered the word, "war," which made the Hokage feel frightened. Jiraiya proceeded to inform his teammate that Sound and Grass were planning to launch a war with the Leaf after Tsunade yelled, "What? You better start from the beginning, Jiraiya, and don't skip any details." He added that the Sand and Leaf would suffer too much and be prime targets for Iwa and Kumo to come and exact revenge for the Third Great War and Kiri for the Second Great War if Naruto and he hadn't formed numerous alliances with Snow, now known as Spring, Taki, Waterfall, Wave, and other smaller but resourceful nations. He clarified that Orochimaru had convinced the Grass leader to sign a treaty and prepare for an invasion of Leaf. For approximately 30 minutes, he went on to discuss other specifics. Tsunade frowned as she sagged back into her chair. Although she didn't want to go to war, this news was upsetting, but it's better to get ready now rather than later. With a sigh, she turned off the seal and called for Anbu. Anbu member wearing an eagle mask was kneeling in front of Jiraiya, Naruto, and Tsunade a moment later. The Anbu member's voice was surprisingly feminine as she asked, "Yes, Hokage. Sama?" Tsunade swiftly ordered the Anbu to leave, saying, "Eagle, I want every single ninja we have in the village right now to report to the Chunin exam stadium for an emergency SS class meeting, and I want it done 10 minutes ago." Then, with a serious expression on her face, She turned to face Jiraiya and Naruto before turning to the window and saying, "Let's go." She then jumped out of it, with the two right behind her. Exam Stadium in Chunin. They appeared to be between 400 and 500 ninjas from Genin to Anbu, and the three landed in front of them. The heads of the various Anbu branches were standing right next to the three. These included the following: Tenzo, Yamato from the show, who led the regular Anbus; Danzo, who led the Anbu route; the third's former teammates, Kaharu and Hamaru; Wolf, the Anbu Black Ops commander; Ibiki Amino, who led the intelligence and torture unit; Anko Midarashi, who led the Anbu assassination unit; Tenzo, Yamato from the show, and the clan heads. All of them were whispering to one another about what was happening, but when Tsunade, Jiraiya, and an enigmatic blonde man appeared in front of them, the conversation stopped. "Okay Tsunade, what is so important that you needed to call it an SS class emergency meeting?" Kaharu chose to begin this. Tsunade let out a sigh and turned to face Jiraiya, who nodded his head before she said, "Jiraiya here while out on his training trip with one Naruto Uzumaki found out some very disturbing news." She nodded to Jiraiya to continue sharing the information he had learned, and he did. Everyone was somber and a little afraid of the possibility of another war after Jiraiya was done. The faces of the Rookie 11, as they were now known, were grim. They had heard tales of what war was like, and if the tales were accurate, they had no desire to go into combat themselves. The blonde boy standing beside Jiraiya caught the attention of Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. They couldn't quite place it, but they knew he looked familiar because of the color of his hair. Naruto replaced his shades and donned a black mask that resembled Kakashi's. Everyone could hear the hesitation in Hamaru's voice as he turned to face Tsunade after looking glum. "So what shall we do now Tsunade?" he asked. "Danzo, I want you to get your route mobilized and working at 110%. Get them out and gather as much information as you can on the grass and sound. If you can then try to damage them as much as you can through whatever means necessary." Tsunade sighed, then turned to face Danzo and gave him an order he never imagined hearing. Danzo responded with a smile before nodding and vanishing to begin. Looking at the clan heads, Tsunade said, "I want every clan member from all of your clans ready for when the war begins. So as of now the laws on banning the old ways of training from the clan wars are now void. I don't care if your councils have a fit. As of now I am taking back all the power that should have been mine the second I made office. Now you are dismissed." The clan heads were taken aback because the clan wars were known as the worst war in history because of the difficult and demanding training that the clans underwent. After giving a nod, they returned to their individual compounds. "I want every unit to be out and working double time. I want all Anbu to be ready for various missions. Ibiki, I want your unit to be ready for any people that are sent to your ward for interrogation. Anko, I want the assassination unit ready to work double time. Same for you Tenzo and Azuki Gashi," she said, glancing at the leaders of the various units. They all nodded before vanishing back to their stations. Tsunade then looked at the ninja in front of her and in her best Hokage voice spoke out, "I want every single Jonin sensei to double their team's training and I want results in D-rank missions, as of now, will be done by academy students so we can keep the civilians quiet while Genins start doing low C rank all the way up to low B rank missions. I want all Chunin and special Jonin to get ready because you will be starting to do mass amounts of low B to mid A rank missions. Jonin I want ready for mid A to S rank missions on the double. Anbu I want you to immediately start doing your missions and also I want a couple teams to head out to Suna and tell the K's Cage everything that has been said by Jiraiya. We are getting ready for another war people and we will make the world keep in their minds why we are the strongest nation. All but the Rookie 11 and their senseis are dismissed. Every Chunin through Anbu excluding the Rookie 11 and their senseis disappeared using a shunshin while the Genin took off to their respective homes to get ready. In front of Tsunade were the Rookie 11, Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi. Before departing, the blonde Hokage glanced at Jiraiya, who had received the message. Then she looked at the individuals before her. "All right, meet me in my office." She then departed in a shunshin, leaving the other rookies to walk there while the Jonin and Naruto vanished as well. Returning to the office when the Jonin and Naruto entered the room, either as a swirl of leaves for the Jonin or as a swirl of wind for Naruto, Tsunade appeared next to her chair and took a seat. Shortly after, the others showed up, filed in, and stood at attention in front of Suad's desk. The women were looking more at his bare chest, wondering who he was, but the rookies and senseis, aside from Shikamaru, Kakashi, and Neji, who had already guessed, were staring at the masked blonde. Seeing the looks, Tsunade simply laughed, grabbing everyone's attention. She said casually, "Okay, Naruto, you can remove the mask now." Then, she watched as Naruto removed his mask to reveal his whisker lines and his sunglasses to reveal his sky blue eyes, shocking everyone who was unaware. Due to some filthy thoughts, Hinata, the devoted Naruto fangirl, turned red before fainting. Surprisingly, Kurenai, Sakura, Tenten, and Ino were all flushed. Naturally, when the guys saw this, they all thought, "Lucky bastard." With a small smile, Naruto said, "Hey guys, how's it been?" "Naruto, glad to see you," yelled Kiba, who was still the loud idiot. After simply shaking his head, the blonde sighed and said, "Listen to Ba-chan, guys. We're not here to catch up. I have called you all here because the other information I acquired from Jiraiya is that the group called Akatsuki for some reason has decided to stay out of this war, so it will be easier to move around after it is over. You all will be put through the ringer quite a lot due to your status among the Leaf Nin as prodigies." Tsunade received a tick mark on her head, but she simply sighed before speaking to the individuals in front of her. As of now, Team 7 is finally back up with Naruto back and a replacement from Root by the name of Sai being sent by Danzo. Team 7 nodded their heads, though Sakura was more hesitant because someone was taking Sasuke Kun's place on the team. As long as he could get along with the person, Naruto didn't really care. Naruto yawned and stretched, saying, "Well, I am out of here. The trip back was a killer since I had to dodge my ever-growing fan club. Sai, troublesome. He leaves in a swirl of fire, but everyone hears him murmur, 'I wonder if Haim is asleep or awake for some fun.' When the swirl disappears, it leaves the shocked group to think for themselves." Flashback ends. This last section discussed how Gaara's capture, Orochimaru's death, and other manga events will occur after the war is over, when Orochimaru will be too preoccupied with the conflict to attempt to take Sasuke's body. After that, the captains observed the months of preparation. Naruto had kept up his covert training. Evidently, the blonde had developed a method of sealing that required him to focus on just one area before applying a tiny quantity of chakra there to produce an explosive seal. Estabelli's chakra art, from his story, Determination, is solely responsible for this concept. He spent the last 3 months of the trip trying to perfect it, and he is now almost done. Naruto had mastered it a month later, which was also timely because the Fourth Great Ninja War was about to start. Each mission that Team 7 was sent on involved hitting important outposts along the border between Grass and Leaf and Sound. The fighting continued for months, and then for years. Though more on Grass's and Sound's side, many lives were lost on both sides. Naruto, also known as Crimson Kitsune, was the first to earn an S rank in the bingo books, and the Rookie 11 were well known throughout the world for being genuine prodigies in their respective clan teachings. On Naruto's 16th birthday, they witnessed his first encounter with his father within the seal, as he underwent the agonizing process of becoming immortal. In the mindscape of Naruto, the process that Naruto's lover Rei had explained to him had finally started, and he was gripping his stomach in agony. He was informed by Rei that he would become immortal on his 16th birthday. As a result of the seal being significantly weakened over time, Rei's chakra would shoot through it in large quantities and enter the blonde's coil. Additionally, some of the Yuki would slightly change his DNA to turn him into a full demon while maintaining the same blood type. Naruto began to feel less pain after what seemed like an eternity. After shaking the pain away, the blonde attempted to get to his feet. Naruto searched the verdant field for Rei, his beloved. He went to the house at the edge of the field where the nine-tailed goddess lived after failing to locate her. As soon as he stepped inside, he could hear the bedroom in the back room snoring softly. He grinned and proceeded to his lover's location. A room fit for a king or queen was revealed by the bedroom door. The walls had a gold lining and were crimson red. In the center of the room was a large king-size bed, which was covered with a curtain to conceal what lay behind it. 2 solid oak dressers, one on each side of a walk-in closet, were located on the far wall. Another door leading to the master bathroom runs parallel to the door along the wall. The blonde turned to face the snoring mass that was currently resting on the bed, and he moved gently to the narrow opening to witness a scene that few people have actually seen and many would kill themselves to witness. Rei, his lover, was sleeping in a slight ball and was wearing a see-through crimson-red nightgown that showed off her bra and crimson-red lacy underwear. Her skin glowed a majestic pale tan in the mindscape's dim moonlight. Her hair was all over the place and not styled. Overall, she looked like the goddess he had declared her to be, and his demonic hormones were making him feel attracted to her. Lemon warning. Individuals under the age of 18 should move on to the next XXX. Rei is sleeping on her right side, so Naruto slipped through the tiny veil and crawled slowly up the bed, making sure to kiss the outer left thigh. He would gently massage the areas he kissed. As soon as he reached the nightgown's hem, he silently removed the belt and spread it wide. Rei had a pleasant dream in which she was sitting on the beach while the sun was setting. Naruto was lying down in front of her, his head resting on her lap. She moaned a little in pleasure as a wonderful sensation suddenly began to crawl up her left leg. Naruto had shifted Rei so she was lying on her back and pushed the gown aside. Her legs spread wide when he did that, revealing a tiny bit of moisture around the hems of her underwear. After that, the blonde did the same thing, kissing from foot to upper inner thigh and nibbling at the skin. He was rewarded with his lover's faint groan of desire and pleasure, despite the fact that she was still asleep. The pleasure in her legs grew, and Rei, still asleep, began to pant. As time passed, she could feel herself becoming more and more soaked. At this point, Naruto was slowly moving up and down Rei's inner thighs, licking, kissing, and nibbling the skin. He crawled up her body, dragging his tongue as he went, deciding that he should also give her lovers, twins, some pleasure. As Rei gradually returned to reality to discover what was generating this pleasure, her panting and groans became increasingly erotic. Before long, Naruto was hovering over his lover's high C-cup bra. Bound breasts, carefully working the snap, which, to his delight, was on the front of the bra, to free the bound masses of flesh. Take a picture soon after, the rosy red nipples were exposed to the mindscape's slightly chilled air, sending shivers down the slowly awakening vixen as the gentle sound of the bra snapping came undone. While his left hand grasped the other breast and began massaging it, Naruto gently brought his right nipple into his mouth, sucking on it and licking around it with his tongue. Before Naruto began sucking on her breast, Rei's eyes began to flutter open. However, as soon as he did, her eyes closed once more, and she let out a loud moan as she became even more soaked downstairs. Naruto began to alternate between licking, sucking, and nibbling on the two nipples. He took pleasure in his lover's groans, which indicated that he was performing admirably. He noticed that her eyes were open and brimming with desire and lust when he looked up into her face. Looking down at her equally smirking lover, Rei exhaled with a seductive smirk on her face and said, "Well, Naru-kun, it seems you couldn't wait for little old me to wake before you started to ravage me." With a husky voice full of lust and desire for the red-headed goddess beneath him, Naruto said, "But Rei, you're the one that wore all that provocative clothing right after I had just turned into a full demon. With you looking so sexy like that added with my heightened demon hormones that I had no control over, it wasn't that much of a battle of willpower to stop." This made her groan with excitement. Rei pulled him in and kissed him, starting a passionate makeout session. "Just remember to wake me up next time, Naruto-kun," she said. In order to feel Naruto's chest and abs, Rei's hands began to stray and slide under his shirt. As she began to slide the shirt off, she forced the two to let go of each other's lips, exposing Naruto's bare chest on top of Rei, who was wearing only her underwear, her bra undone, and her nightgown open. As their hands roamed over each other's bodies, sending electricity through them from the touches, the two resumed making out. Before a fight for supremacy started, Rei opened her mouth to let Naruto's tongue slide across her lips for entry. Rei's hands were working on the belt of her lover's pants, while Naruto's hands were rubbing both of her breasts during the battle of the tongues. After removing the buckle, her deft fingers worked on the button and zipper. Before long, the two had to pull back, gasping for air. Right away, Naruto began attacking Rei's nape, which is located between her right collarbone and right side of her neck. Rei was groaning in pure lust and panting even more. While his free hand wormed its way down Rei's panties and began rubbing her wet lower lips, Naruto had moved back down to her breasts for a second round, which caused the moans of pleasure to grow louder. Zip. Naruto's pants came undone, revealing half hardened meat that Rei's hands could rub over. Her mate was 16 years old, but he was very developed, measuring an average of 7 to 8 inches, and she knew that he would only get bigger. She began removing the pants with her hands, exposing a pair of black boxers. Before her hands returned to rubbing the bound piece of meat, she threw the pants aside. With his other hand, Naruto slid off the lacy panties, revealing a pair of moist, swollen lips underneath. Before he began pumping into her and eliciting more groans, Naruto slipped a finger in to get a loud moan. As he was doing that, one hand raised again and began to massage the breast to which Naruto's lips were not yet attached. Rei was ecstatic at the moment. Her lover was sucking on her twins when she woke up from her romantic dream in which she and Naruto were on a beach and Naruto was everything a lover could want. God, she cherished Naruto's attention to her. After adding a digit to his lover's entrance, Naruto began to accelerate, driving Rei insane until she screamed and arched her back, causing her inner walls to try to squeeze his fingers before a torrent of fluids erupted. He glanced up and grinned at his friend's stunned expression. Naruto teased, receiving a half-hearted glare from the panting vixen. "I'm guessing that you enjoyed that, Rei, Hime?" Rei screamed, "Oh. OS. Shut up, Naru.kun. It's your fault for getting me so damn horny." And then, after controlling her breathing, she smiled cunningly and said, "Now it's time for your treat now. Ru. 2. Kun." This sent a chill down the blonde's spine. Then Rei began pushing the blonde back until she was on top of him and he was on his back. After licking her lips, she lowered her head and began nibbling and licking her lover's tanned chest. Naruto had simply calmed down and accepted his current fate. Before long, Rei was at the hem of Naruto's boxers with a huge pitched tent waiting to be released after gradually working herself down. After grabbing the hem and removing the boxers, she was struck in the chin by her prize, which she then stepped back and stared at. The dick was an inch thick and at least 8 inches long. She simply groaned beforehand, anticipating this to soon be inside of her. Disregarding the thought, the vixen concentrated on her next move. The blonde groaned at the electricity that stung him as she kissed the tip of the dick and then painfully slowly licked the underside. The redhead began cupping and rubbing the balls and licking the entire dick. Rei's deft use of her hands and tongue had Naruto in heaven. Every time the two had sex, it happened, and each time it got better than the last. Rei stopped licking when she decided it was time to move on, then approached the tip and licked it slowly while letting out an exasperated groan before putting the tip in her mouth. With just an inch left outside her mouth, she began slowly down the shaft until the tip struck the back of her throat. She let her throat drop, then sucked in the final inch. She began slowly moving her head up and down, causing the blonde's body to tingle. As the blowjob accelerated, Naruto was clutching the bedsheet and muttering Rei's name. He started moving his hip forward in time with Rei's head out of instinct, which made his dick slide farther down her throat. When Naruto began humping her mouth, Rei initially gagged a little, but she soon adjusted and increased her speed. The pit of Naruto's stomach began to gradually swell. Before Rei began to moan, Naruto ran his hands through her red hair, causing her mouth to vibrate and causing Naruto to groan loudly. After what felt like an eternity, Naruto began to pant heavily as the swell became too much to contain. He chose to alert his sweetheart since he knew he would be releasing soon. When Naruto yelled, Rei, Hime, I'm going to see.com, Rei gave a little grunt of recognition, which made her quicken her pace even further. Rei continued to wait for her mate's taste as Naruto's dick soon began to pulse, signaling that he was ready to blow. Naruto shouted, Rei, Hime, and coming a string after string of cum into Rei's eager mouth. Rei licked the remnants off the still hard dick after gulping down the salty, slightly sweet liquid. After crawling back up, Rei planted a kiss on Naruto's lips. Looking at Naruto's panting face, Rei's face transformed into a lustful, feral grin as soon as they broke off their kiss. With a lustful, husky voice, Rei said, "Now Naruto.kun, it's time for the main course." Naruto's primal beast came alive, and he instantly changed from panting to smiling like a dominant beast in heat. He didn't have to say anything because the two quickly switched places. Rei was getting shocks from Naruto's dick rubbing against her entrance. Rei pleaded, "Oh Naruto, just fuck me raw." With a single, quick push, Naruto inserted his shaft into her opening in compliance. As Naruto began to enter and exit in a deep, hard manner, Rei screamed silently, and her screams evolved into moans of pleasure. If being a fox demon meant anything, Naruto would have been right to keep hammering into her like a heated animal. The rhythmic bouncing of Rei's breasts continued until Naruto grabbed one of the nipples and used his left hand to play with the other. In order to intensify his thrusts, his right hand was grasping Rei's firm ass. As he accelerated, Rei's groans nearly turned into screams as their pelvises collided with one another due to the thrusts. This continued for 30 minutes, during which Naruto occasionally accelerated, and the swells in the pits of their stomachs grew too large to contain. They both knew they were almost ready to come, so they didn't need to express it to one another. 5 minutes later, just as the two were ready to explode, Naruto delivered a final deep thrust to Rei's womb, causing her inner walls to clamp down on his dick and release the dam, allowing her to have an orgasm and scream. Naruto's dam blew when the walls clamped down, letting his fresh cum flow into Rei, which intensified her orgasm and made her cum even more. After his canines grew longer due to Naruto's demonic hormones, he bit Rei's neck, giving her a brand new high and causing her to have another orgasm. When they were done, the two put their arms around one another and lay down next to each other. If the heaving chests were any indication, the two were panting heavily. The cursed seal of heaven was depicted around the bite marks, but there were 9 tomos rather than 3. With a wet plop, Naruto removed his lamb dick from Rei's entrance. Then he pulled the covers over them, cuddled up to her, and watched her go to sleep. The lemon end he examined her features, and when he saw the collar seal around her neck, he decided to implement his plan because he hoped to weaken the seal on his own. That is, until he looked up at the offender and saw a tanned hand snatching his. Before it transformed into the lecherous grin he frequently saw on Jiraiya's face, he was taken aback by the fourth Hokage's stoic face. Given Naruto's agitated expression, Minato nervously said, "Well, Naruto, I see you snagged yourself a big catch. But anyway, I need to talk to you, so could you maybe get cleaned up and dressed?" After complaining to himself, Naruto created a shadow clone, switched it out, and then left to quickly take a shower. After 10 minutes, Minato was waiting for Naruto at the door when he came out of the shower dressed normally. Before long, the two had left the house and were strolling leisurely through the night sky of the mindscape. Minato sighs and looks at Naruto sorrowfully. "Well, what is it that you needed, Yondaime?" "Sama. I was just getting ready to give my lover a little bit more freedom when you stopped me." The younger blonde interrupted Minato with a silent laugh. "I'm sorry for putting her inside you, Naruto. She and I used to know each other long ago, and I knew that something was wrong with her that night so long ago. So again, I'm sorry." Minato looked at Naruto funny when he said, "a helpless orphan," and was perplexed, so he expressed his thoughts. "It's okay, Yondaime. Sama. You chose to use me, a helpless orphan, as the holder of a rabid friend. I accepted my fate long ago when me and her got closer." "What do you mean, Naruto, a helpless orphan? Didn't Sarutobi tell you who your parents were after I died sealing Kyuubi inside you? I had told him to tell you when you became a genin." At first, Naruto was perplexed, but then he remembered all the times he had asked the third who his parents were, only to receive the same response. "I don't know who they were, Naruto." If the fourth's claims were accurate, then the third had been lying to him since birth. When Naruto began to leak ki outside, Minato became perplexed. Did Sarutobi fulfill his promise? Was Naruto aware that Kushina-chan was his mother and that he was his father? Then he made a connection and understood that Sarutobi had kept it from Naruto because he likely believed it would benefit the village, or something similar to how his adversaries from Kumo and Iwa would seek retribution. He let out a sigh and then placed his hand on his son's shoulder, giving him a light squeeze that, for the most part, helped him relax. "From how you reacted, I guess Sarutobi didn't tell you who your parents were." He received a nod and continued. "Well, if I know that old monkey, then he probably had a few good reasons." At Naruto's confused look he evaluated. First would be probably the pressure from the council and that damn war hawk, Danzo, who would want you in his secret root association as a weapon for his damned plans. Second would be for your well-being, cause if word got out about who your parents were, then Iwa and Kumo would have tried to assassinate you in your first month, and they would try to fight thick and thin for your blood. This made Naruto's confused face turn to a confused frown while muttering, "Wouldn't have made a difference in the long run," getting a sad look from the fourth before he continued. The final would be to keep you from getting it into your head that being the son of the Yellow Flash and 4th Hokage makes you invincible, added with the fact of you probably coming to hate him for putting the Kyuubi in you and causing all your suffering. Minato ended with his eyes closed, waiting for the inevitable beating. The final reason caused Naruto's eyes to widen, and he stopped moving. His breath caught in his throat. Was the 4th Hokage his father? Was his lover sealed into him by his own father? He struggled to decide whether to punch the living daylights out of the man or to embrace him while sobbing into his chest. He therefore chose option C, or all of the above. With lightning speed, Naruto spun around and struck the 4th in the mouth, sending him flying and crashing into a nearby tree. Then, he materialized above him and began beating the living daylights out of him as tears began to stream down his cheeks. Minato anticipated this and accepted the beating without retaliating. He was aware that his son needed to vent a great deal of pent-up anger before they could have a meaningful conversation, but he was surprised when Naruto stopped punching and began sobbing into his chest. The scene that Rei runs up to is this one. Returning to the house after hearing a crash, Rei quickly changed and ran out the door, where she could hear the sounds of flesh pounding flesh. "Don't do that, you fools." She was surprised to see her lover sobbing into her old friend Minato Namikaze's chest, the one that had locked her into Naruto 16 years prior. She also paused to consider how similar the two were, and the realization nearly made her slap her head. How could she have been so naive as to fail to recognize the connection between the two? Naruto simply sobbed, releasing his bottled up pain into his father's chest. At last, he was able to identify his father, who was, of all people, his idol. When he finished, he stood up to see his sweetheart standing close by in a crimson robe, which meant she was only wearing her bra and underwear. After helping his father stand, he wiped away his tears. Minato moaned as excruciating pain shot through his chest. His son hit hard, boy. With a nervous laugh, Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, "Sorry, Yon. I mean, Dad, it's just ever since I could remember I have wanted to find out who my parents were." When he turned to face Rei, Minato shook his head and shrugged the pain away, saying, "It's okay, son. You just had to let up that pent-up anger is all." "Hey Rei-chan, it's been what? 17 years since we last spoke before that incident?" Minato asked, scratching the back of his head like a certain younger blonde fox demon, which made Rei laugh at the striking similarity between the father and son. With a sorrowful reply, Rei attracted Naruto's attention. He approached her from behind and put his arms around her waist, allowing her to lean back into him. "Hi Minato-kun. It's been almost 16.5 years since I spoke to you in Kushi-chan. Though I am sorry for your loss." Minato grinned widely at this deed, realizing how much his son had accomplished thus far. While reflecting on his newfound knowledge, Naruto couldn't help but wonder about his mother. Who was she? Is she dead or alive? The more crucial query is, did she love him? Naruto's hazy expression caught the attention of both Minato and Rei. Knowing what was coming, Minato let out a sigh and made the decision to tell his son. He started to say something, but Naruto beat him to it. When he finished, the two could almost feel his desperation to find out who his mother was. "Who was my mother? Is she alive or dead? Did she?" They could tell he was desperate to know. "Did she love me?" "Your mother was the most beautiful woman in the world to me," Minato sighed. "She had long flowing ebony black hair and the most beautiful pair of coal-black eyes that I had ever seen. She was a kunoichi that surpassed all the others and was on par with Tsunade when she was at her best. Her name was Kushina Uchiha Namikaze. She was the one Uchiha that was always needed. She was funny, deadly, and beautiful, all wrapped up in a heavenly body." Minato began to daydream about all the good things the two did together, which led to Naruto receiving a tick mark above his right eye. When Minato heard Naruto coughing in irritation, he snapped out of it and laughed tensely before continuing. Rei bowed her head, ashamed that she was the reason behind her best friend's death, while Naruto sobbed in private that he would never get to meet her. "When the day came that Rei-san attacked the village, she was going into labor with you, and after you were born she died of blood loss due to the limited number of medics." Then Minato added, "And Naruto, you don't have to worry about if she didn't love you or not, because the second she found out that she was pregnant her face was so bright that I thought that she was the sun itself. She probably loved you as much or even more than she did me." Minato laughed joyfully as he recalled all that Kushina would do while she was pregnant. When Naruto and Rei heard that, they grinned broadly. When the vixen in Naruto's grasp moaned, Naruto kissed Rei's neck exactly where the mate mark was. Before he coughed playfully, Minato grinned, drawing attention from the two lovers in front of him. He decided that his son was old enough to have something after noticing Naruto's dejected expression. Alright. I believe you won't misuse this gift, so here are the instructions to how you get to and enter the Namikaze estate. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Well, I would like to stay and chat, but I have to go soon. Naruto, I want you to keep quiet about knowing that I am your father for now. I know you might want to go and tell the world, but please keep it on the down low. The day he was born, the one that was supposed to be his could finally be his home. Because the estate was close to the Inuzuka clan home and Sume, Kiba's mother and Minato's former teammate, was guarding the entrance, Minato gave him straightforward instructions. He informed him that the door was sealed with a blood seal, that it was simple to follow, and that his father had stopped him once more just as he was ready to leave. Naruto nodded before watching his father vanish with a smile on his face. Naruto, when you meet with Sume, tell her that the blonde idiot sends his regards and that the idiot's son has come to reclaim what belongs to him. She will immediately understand the meaning of it and will lead you to the front door. After giving his sweetheart a kiss on the lips, Naruto woke up to discover that the first crack of dawn indicated that it was approximately 4:45. Naruto got up, showered, and tidied up his tiny apartment. It took about an hour total, arriving at 5:52 a.m. in order to prepare for upcoming missions. He made the decision to visit Tenten's family store and purchase additional ninja supplies. Wearing only a white muscle shirt and black shorts, he put on his ninja gear and began leaping to his friend's store. He returned an hour later with more sets of clothes because he was running low and with more shuriken, kunais, and blank tags for his demolition. Specific special explosion tags. Naruto is seen standing at the Inuzuka compound's gate. He wasn't afraid of the dogs, though, because they would play with him whenever he could to help him relax and ease his typically tense mind. After the incident with Akamaru and that chemical, he developed a crush on Kiba's older sister, Hana Inuzuka, over the years. Rei had informed him that she didn't mind because he couldn't be with her fully until they figured out a way to get her out of the seal, and because he was the last of the illustrious Namikaze clan and would need several wives to maintain it. He chose to wait until the war was over before asking her out because he wasn't foolish enough to start dating her during it. The blonde let out a sigh and opened the gates, drawing the guard dogs' attention. They growled until they recognized the person and then began to joyfully wag their tails. When Naruto started his ninja career, these 3 dogs were puppies, and the 4 of them were always together on missions involving Inuzuka dogs. The 4 of them were the closest of friends, and they would even claim that he was their master. When the 3 dogs leapt from their posts, collided with Naruto, and began joyfully licking him, he grinned and burst out laughing. Sume Inuzuka, the mother of Hana and Kiba and the matriarch of the Inuzuka clan, came outside to investigate the source of the disturbance after hearing the laughter. She was shocked to discover that the resident demon child was playing with her 3 guard dogs. She had always questioned the triplets' refusal to accept a master, and even after telling them to do so, they refused to change their minds. As Kuromaru's triplets, her partner and best friend for 3 to 4 decades, and the pride of the Inuzuka clan, they were stronger than most dogs because they inherited Kuromaru's wolf blood. The 3 dogs got off and sat next to Naruto as he petted them after he sat up and noticed the new presence. He glanced at the amused face of Sume Inuzuka, who was ranked number 6 in the top 10 of the sexiest kunoichi in Konoha's underground bingo book, along with Anko at number 1, Kurenai at number 2, Tsunade at number 3, Azuki Yugo at number 4, and her own daughter Hana at number 5. Naturally, no kunoichi were aware of the book because only men were aware of it and would not even dare to tell their female counterparts about it unless they wished to die a tortuous, ballless death. Sume's eyebrow arched as the blonde, who was sitting next to 3 dogs, got up as if he were their master. Naruto's voice interrupted her thoughts before she could consider the matter. Even though Naruto has changed, he never acts this serious unless he has something truly important to discuss, which made Sume tense when he said, "Ah, Sume. Sama just the Inuzuka I was looking for." Sume questioned, "And why might I ask would you be looking for me, Naruto-san?" But Naruto's next statement shocked her. Naruto grinned knowingly at Sume's shocked expression and said, Let's just say that the blonde idiot sends his regards and that the idiot's son has come to reclaim what belongs to him. So you know who your father is, eh? Well, I guess it's about time, seeing as I have watched over the place for 16 years now. Sume sighed. Naruto then bowed low mockingly, drawing a laugh from the very feral matriarch. Sume. Sama. Thank you for keeping it safe for all these years, and yes, I found out who he was since my old man had a backup plan of keeping a part of his spirit in the seal before he passed away. And also you have to be a moron not to see the similarities when you compare his picture to me. Sume then turned to her right and leapt away, Naruto at her heels, the three dogs following, but in secret. Yes, the resemblance is uncanny, isn't it? Take away your whiskers and presto, a miniature version of your father. But enough of this, it's time for you to get what is rightfully yours. After 5 minutes, in a tiny clearing, Naruto landed 4 feet away from Sume, who had landed in the tiny clearing facing a clump of massive trees. An ancient seal that appeared deformed but was actually completely intact stands in front of them on one of the ancient trees. The seal on the tree there is the hidden entrance to the Namikaze mansion. The tree was hollowed out to act as an entrance. Minato had shown me that it opened to a stairwell leading underground. Sume coughed, attracting the blonde's attention. She then waved one of her hands around her, saying, "For a whole mile in every direction is the complete Namikaze estate, which completely resides underground." Naruto was taken aback before considering how the location now appeared. After giving Sume a nod, Naruto approached the tree, bit his thumb, and then smeared the blood on the seal, causing it to glow dark red before turning cool blue. Naruto was amazed by what transpired next as a complex and intricate array of seals appeared, began to glow, and then soon the tree side started to collapse on itself. You know how in those magic movies the bricks start to vanish one by one out of thin air when a switch is pulled? That's how the tree is opening, but it's actually pieces of wood. Before long, Naruto could see that the path was a steep drop of steps that went on for perhaps half a mile. When he turned to face Sume, he saw her glancing sideways before letting out a small growl. The two were shocked to see the three dogs leave with a rather sheepish appearance as they quickly turned to face Sume. To Sume's great surprise, they left and sat down in front of Naruto as though anticipating a punishment. She made the decision to discuss the subject now rather than later. "Hey Naruto." When his name was uttered, the blonde looked at the females. "I was wondering why these three seemed to treat you as if you were their master. They didn't accept anyone to be their owners for some reason, and here they go and follow after you like they would if they had a human partner. Care to enlighten me on the subject?" After chuckling, Naruto gestured for the dogs to come over with the smallest finger twitch, and they did so as obediently as they had been brought up to be. "Well, it's easy really. Whenever my team would be set to get a mission back, when I first started out I always asked if there was one for your compound and involved your dogs. The first time I had a mission there I met these three after they had turned 3 months old, and while in secret my clones worked on the minor things I would play with these three, and over the years we became best of friends. Hell, I went even as far as to ask Rei Heim if she could alter my DNA a bit so I could understand and talk to all animals. Kenta, Fujiwara, and Taiki here have been my first true friends, to be exact." Naruto began to stroke Kenta, the oldest, the youngest of the three. The explanation impressed Sume, but it also made him sad. The blonde went out of his way to repeatedly receive the same mission, if only to see the three dogs, which impressed her. His statement at the end that they were the first true friends when he was 12 or 13 years old made her sad. If she recalled correctly, it wasn't until after the Chunin exams all those years ago that Kiba actually began to become friends with the blonde in front of her. She let out a sigh, but then an idea came to her, causing her to smile wildly and unnerving Naruto. "How about this? You can have the three dogs, seeing as they won't part from you willingly, and forcing it would make them unresponsive to command. While I may be against letting my partner's children go, it doesn't mean I don't take their feelings into account. So you can keep them if you want, Naruto-san. Think of it as a payment for not taking care of you for the first 12 years of your life," Sume said with a feral tone, but ended with sadness. The three dogs were both content and depressed. Sad to be apart from their family, but happy to be with their master. Sume winced at Naruto's casual use of his previous moniker when he said, "I thank you, Sume. Sama. And don't mention it, cause think of the backlash on you if you were taking care of the demon brat of Konoha." Before vanishing, leaving the four of them alone in the clearing, Sume remarked, "Well, I think I should get going, and remember Naruto, you can always come to me if you need a problem with anything. Then Naruto turned to face the open passage and walked down the stairs, whistling for the 3 dogs to follow him. When their master blew the commanding whistle, the dogs sprinted after him and spent some time at their new home. Following that, Naruto strolled around the estate before arranging for the triplets to sleep in the master bedroom and carrying on with his hectic schedule. The captains had all sat down as the pictures continued to fly by. They then observed for an additional year until the conflict came to an end, with the grass giving up when the leaf and sand finally destroyed the sound. Naruto had been learning more and more about the seals, jutsus, and other items his mother and father had left behind during this entire period. To Hana's surprise, Naruto started practicing the Hiroshin no Jutsu, the most well-known technique in the world. I am simply going over what we know from the manga up until the Akatsuki attack, and then I pick up from there. Basically, after this, it picks up with Shippuden running along with the story, so skip around time. They saw the Gaara retrieval mission, in which Gaara was brought back to life, shocking the captains. Next came the Heaven and Earth reconnaissance mission, which was the mission to Orochimaru's hideout to retrieve Sasuke. Following that was the Akatsuki suppression mission, in which Hidan and Kakazu were killed. Unfortunately, I don't have Yugito saved. Sorry Yugito fans, and I'm also sorry for the loss of Asuma in this part. Finally, the hunt for Itachi, in which they first see Madara Uchiha, followed by Naruto and Itachi, who gave Naruto the special crow. Which, in my opinion, Itachi did to Sasuke as well, but Tsukuyomi strikes Madara when his Sharingan eye is exposed rather than Amaterasu. The group observed that the trouble was gradually getting better until they witnessed a tragic event. Fukasaku appeared to be in worse shape and had some sort of code on his back. To hear what the elderly Toad Elder had to say, Tsunade summoned the Rookie 11 and their senseis to her office. The office of Tsunade Naruto, who was in the back of the room, knew something was wrong when he saw his master's sage trainer standing on Tsunade's desk. Before long, everyone was in the Hokage's office, wondering why they were there. Naruto experiences fear for the first time in a long time, something he only experienced as a child. He was terrified of the purpose of this meeting and the fate of Jiraiya, his perverted godfather. All right, since everyone is here, could you please tell us what is the news, Fukusuka-sama? Tsunade asked the elderly toad on her desk, letting out a sigh. It is unfortunate for me to say that Jiraiya boy has been killed in a megacure by Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Fukusuka replied with a heavy sigh, and the room fell silent. Everyone was crying or gasping, but Naruto and Tsunade's eyes were wide with shock. Naruto was most likely the worst because his body began to tremble before he left the room in a gust of wind, knocking several people down and scattering papers all over the place. Even though Tsunade was crying and sobbing into her hands, Kakashi and she both knew something similar was going to happen. After a difficult day at the vet, Hana was making her way home on foot. She had nearly reached the gate when a sudden gust of wind blew past from above, causing her to look up and see Naruto speeding past with what appeared to be tears in his eyes. It is extremely uncommon to see Naruto Uzumaki, the renowned Crimson Fox and the second person to gain the status of SS in the Bingo book due to his prowess in the last war, crying. Hana, who had a crush on the blonde, was hurting on the inside because he always wore shades, but now they are off. She was exhausted anyhow, and although he was long gone, it would take too long to track him down. Hana would want to go and console her crush even more after learning from Kiba about Jiraiya later tonight. The blonde spent an entire week training himself to overcome the death of his godfather. He would have persisted if 2 unlikely people, the elder toads, Fukusuka and Shima, had shown up at the entrance to his clan estate. He would receive the same training as Jiraiya, the Toad Sage Arts. The 2 had come to inform him. Naruto was initially taken aback because he had never heard of this training from his godfather or master before, but he ultimately decided to wait for the war to be over before informing him about it. The 3 set out for Toad Mountain to start the training after telling Tsunade. Since Naruto is calm and has been meditating for years, it took about a week to complete the majority of the training. At first, the Shinigami saw Naruto nearly transform into a statue of a toad. Naruto became a true Toad Sage, something that no one, not even his father, had accomplished, because Rei wasn't attempting to thwart the training. While learning the most fundamental of the Toad Sage arts, such as the Super Great Ball Rasengan, the giant Rasengan that both Jiraiya and Naruto used when in Toad Sage mode in their battles against Pain in the manga and anime. Naruto attempted for a week or two to devise a method of gathering nature chakra while running. While Naruto and Fukusuka remained and worked on making Naruto's Rasen Shuriken throwable, Shima returned to Konoha to see how things were going. The two spent roughly 4 days perfecting the merging sequence, moving, and learning how to keep the Rasen Shuriken in its form after it has been thrown. After concluding that the 4th day was sufficient, a summoning suddenly drew him, Fukusuka, Gamabunta, Gamaken, Gamakichi, and Gamahiro onto a huge crater that was formerly known as Konoha on the following day. In search of something, Naruto and Fukusuka, who was perched on his shoulder, searched the area. They discovered Shima leaping up and landing on Naruto's other shoulder, looking somewhat unclean. Shima. Sama, what is it you need? Where are we and where is Konoha? He asked, staring at her as the enormous cloud of dust began to thin. These were essentially the Toad's primary concerns as well. Naruto, this is Konoha. Shima sighed before saying it, and it struck them all like a mallet to a gong. As the smoke cleared, they could see the Hokage mountain in the distance, which confirmed that this was, in fact, the once thriving city of Konoha. 9 figures, each with a black coat and red clouds on it, materialized in front of the Toads just as Naruto was ready to inquire about what had happened. There stood Kisame, Zetsu, Konan, Paperclone, and 6 other individuals. If you exclude Zetsu's insanely dark side, the other 8 were stoic, but Kisame was beaming like a crazy person. In addition, I am letting Naruto fight without the Sharingan this time until later because I will not even attempt to create something akin to the Sage form with the Sharingan. Akatsuki-e. Naruto's now emotionless voice drew let out as he and the Toads narrowed their eyes at the Akatsuki. Before the two groups could begin fighting, Tsunade appeared between them, staring at the Akatsuki while looking worse for wear. Diva Path, the one who can use the Shinra Tensai, spoke up, his voice bouncing off the walls and audible to Naruto. This saves us the trouble of looking for you. I am the 5th Hokage. 5th. A member of the Anbu clan called, tumbling to the weaker Hokage. And I will never forgive you, for trampling on the treasure, the dreams. Tsunade began. When Naruto saw his surrogate grandmother, he was astounded. This passage is not in the manga itself. Of those who came before me, as Hokage I will put a stop to you here and now. The Asura Path suddenly blasted out of his position, the blades emerging from his robotic arm, saying, looks like you understand a little bit of my pain now. But, I have no use for you. The Anbu was nearby but too far away to save Tsunade, who was stunned by the unexpected attack and remained motionless. The one I want. Naruto interrupted him by destroying Asura's path by slamming a Rasengan into its rear. Is me, right? Exclaimed Naruto. Tsunade was taken aback when Naruto unexpectedly showed up to save her, but she was even more taken aback by the 2 images that appeared next to Naruto. The deceased 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and her teammate Jiraiya. There's no need for the Konoha's Hokage to deal with the likes of these guys. You just go enjoy a nice cup of tea or something, Tsunade said softly as Naruto's voice shocked her out of her daze as the Anbu landed beside her to check on her. Naruto, she whispered. Gamabunta made the decision to say, Gramps, did you see those old, familiar forms? While the Toads were observing everything. I definitely did, Fukusuka replied, nodding. It appears that Naruto has outperformed his predecessors. Diva Paths. Uzumaki Naruto. Illustration before shouting, let's settle this once and for all. Naruto gritted his teeth. Gamakichi. Naruto's voice boomed over the crater as the 6 paths of pain formed up in the same formation as the other Akatsuki. Gamakichi's large form, with Fukusuka and Shima on his head, suddenly slammed down on the ground behind Tsunade and the Anbu, shocking them as a gust of wind blew some dust away as the 2 sides stared at one another. Gamakichi retorted, take Tsunade to safety, Roger. Then Naruto said, Granny, leave this to me. Tell the villagers not to interfere. It'll just make it harder to fight if I have to protect them at the same time. He lowered his voice so that only the 4 of them could hear him. All right, then take Katsuyu with you, he should be useful. He has intel on pain. Tsunade replied. At that moment, Fukusuka leapt on, snatching the tiny slug as he did so, and landed on the big scroll attached to Naruto's lower back. After biting his thumb and wiping the blood along the tattoo on his neck, Naruto skillfully twirled it a few times, making the Akatsuki members tense. This caused Ranran Shuin, Fiery Rebirth, to appear in his hand. After cracking his neck, Naruto relaxed into a powerful yet loose stance, placing both hands on his sword's hilt. As the elder toads leapt up to Naruto's shoulders and prepared, Katsuyu wormed itself into Naruto's coat pocket for protection. While the animal path squatted down and uttered the words, Kachiyose no Jutsu, conjuring a gigantic rhino that charged Naruto alongside Kisame, the second Gamakichi leapt away with Tsunade and the Anbu Kisame charged forward with Samahata off his back. Naruto lowered his head until the summon's enormous horn was directly overhead. A blood clone suddenly materialized, stopping the rhino in its tracks and creating a crater from the pressure. As the clone threw the summon into the air, the real Naruto locked blades with Kisame before the two vanished and began a battle of blades around the crater that was almost cage level. The rhino took off, but before a giant dog and bull appeared charging at the clone, there was another cry of Kachiyose. They jumped into the air, clasped their hands together, and exclaimed their technique, Sage Art, Frog Song, because the two older frogs remained on the clone's shoulders. The blood clone charged between the two, creating two cage bushins that turned and faced their respective targets before they both formed a Rasengan that grew into enormous proportions. Massive sound waves erupted from their mouths, stopping the charging summons in its tracks. The two clones then leapt to the same height as the rhino summon and slammed the enormous balls of chakra into the two stunned summons. As Shima and Fukusuka emerged in front of Bunta, Ken, and Hiro, they yelled their names, Bunta, Ken, Hiro, which caused the three toads to get ready to leap. When Bunta yelled back, right, the three leapt into the air and easily destroyed the other three summons. When Kisame and the real Naruto returned to the ground, the fishman appeared to have gone through the shredder, while Naruto appeared to have improved somewhat. Samahata wasn't stealing much because Naruto wasn't using any chakras, and it couldn't eat the nature chakra that was covering Naruto's chakra pathways for some reason. The fishman laughed and yelled, "Not bad, Gaki. You handled that blade much better than Zabuza ever did. Hell, this is the best fight I have ever had, and I fought a demon." Kisame was panting and smiling like a madman because it had been a long time since he had fought this hard and it was thrilling. The blonde hurried Kisame, slamming his blade into Samahata. Using his nature enhanced strength, he sent Kisame flying, and he would have forced himself to continue fighting if it weren't for a hidden cage bushin who appeared and rammed a Rasengan into his head before he could think. "The same to you, fish face. I have been waiting for so long for someone to test my limits with my blade. I thought I wouldn't ever find someone and almost gave up. But enough talking, it's time for more fighting." Before tossing the scroll to the real person, who caught it and put it away, the Bushin picked up Samahata and sealed it inside. When Naruto turned, he saw that Bunta had landed on the dog's summon and that the summons had been destroyed. He observed that his blood clone knocked the Preta path away by using the frog katas. Only the animal, Diva, human, Naraka, Konan, her paper clone, and Zetsu paths remained for the Akatsuki. With his hand extended, Naruto materialized beside his blood clone, and the clone began to shape into Rasen Shuriken in his hand. The blood clone stood apart after the Rasen Shuriken was created. The remaining Akatsuki were forced to move aside as Naruto retreated and then hurled his hand forward like a slingshot, firing the Rasen Shuriken at them. Zetsu went underground while the others leapt aside, and the human path had to push the worn-out animal path aside before the attack's blades could tear him to pieces. As it struck the ground, the animal path called forth a huge bird, causing Naruto and the blood clone to leap apart. Naruto would soon lose his sage form because he was exhausted and nearly out of sage chakra. The blood clone was on her way to the location where Konan's paper clone was waiting to remove her while his creator completed the remaining tasks. As Bunta was tripped, the dog summon beneath her broke into two slightly smaller versions of the dogs and pursued Hiro and Ken. Shima and Fukusuka leapt away from the blood clone and landed. After coming up with a scheme, Fukusuka leapt to where Bunta, Ken, and Hiro were and gave them the order to toss Bunta in Naruto's direction. Shima covered the field with a sage art dust cloud so that the paths could no longer see each other's eyes. The Naraka and Diva paths were forced to separate when Bunta suddenly came into view and slammed his massive tanto at them. They were also left wondering where Naruto and the animal path had gone. It was dark inside Bunta's mouth, and the animal path was unable to see anything until two glowing toad eyes emerged from the shadows. It seemed like an eternity to the animal path, but it was only a second before Naruto and Gamabunta fell out of Gamabunta's mouth and two Rasengans were pushed into its stomach, killing it. Gamahiro and Gamaken were given a respite after the dog summon, which split into nearly a dozen, was dispelled. Naruto was exhausted and no longer in sage mode. Diva saw his opportunity and charged at the weary blonde. Seeing this, Bunta tries once more to slam his Tonto onto the Diva path, but he fails, and his target uses him as a launching pad to approach Naruto, who has unlatched his scroll and is now fleeing. Naruto's run was stopped when the Diva path landed in front of him. Only those two understood what Fukusuka meant when he called out that he would do it. Then, as Pa opened the scroll to reveal a medium-sized array, Naruto threw it to him and used Diva path in a brief taijutsu battle. He called out, "Reverse Kachiyose," and summoned a Kage Bushin who was meditating as he slammed his hand on the kanji in the center. Pa yelled for Naruto to now defeat the clone. His response was for Naruto to return to Sage mode and kick pain away after the clone vanished into smoke. He competes head.to head with Conan's clone using the blood clone. It attempted to use a wind-powered great fireball jutsu to burn Conan's clone, but the clone broke into pieces of paper that could be avoided. This continued until the blonde clone eventually produced a few Kage Bushin and they used two Diatopas, two Toad Oil Bullets, and two Karyu Endens in a mass area of effect combo that burned most of the crater across from the battle of the real Naruto and Diva path. Conan's clone was successfully destroyed by the 6 jutsus working together, but the blood clone vanished and all the clones went up in smoke as the remaining chakra was transferred to the real Naruto. Naruto created another Rasen Shuriken and launched it at the down Diva path, but it was intercepted by the now revived Preta path and absorbed. Naruto felt the extra sage chakra coming from the now dispersed blood clone and thanked the gods for it. Naruto clenched his jaw and then searched for the reason behind the body's resuscitation. Beside the Naraka path, he discovered it in the shape of a huge demonic head. So that it doesn't fucking keep bringing these jerks back to life, it must be killed, Naruto shouted in his head. As the odds dwindled, Rei, who was inside the seal watching the battle closely, began to fear for her lover's life, but she knew from experience that her lover did the impossible every day. After shaking his head, Naruto inhaled deeply. Pa and Ma stood aside during this time, prepared to intervene at any time. Ken, Hiro, and Bunta were standing aside, gasping for air after battling those fucking dogs. While the Preta path was prepared to absorb anything thrown at it, the Naraka path leapt back behind its final 2 surviving brethren. Naruto created a smokescreen around himself by forming 2 Rasengans and then slamming them into the ground. Before another Rasen Shuriken emerged from the smoke at the 3, the Preta path was there to begin absorbing until it transformed into the real Naruto and knocked the Preta path to the ground, allowing the real Rasen Shuriken to enter from behind and attack the still Diva path. The 3 paths tensed at the sudden movement. The timely return of Diva path's powers over gravity caused it to disperse almost magically just before it hit the man. The Diva path was taken by surprise when another Naruto suddenly materialized above the Naraka path and used a double Rasengan to smash him to pieces. The Preta path, the Diva path, and Zetsu, who hasn't yet emerged, were the only remaining members of Akatsuki's forces. The real Naruto and the clone attacked both paths simultaneously, but Diva path used his Shinra Tensai to push them both back, causing the real Naruto to roll back a dozen yards and the clone to scatter. Bunta, Ken, and Hiro attacked the Diva path from 3 sides while concentrating on the real Naruto. However, Diva path refused to fall, and he used Bunta's Tonto as a launching pad to get between the 3 and launch his Shinra Tensai into the air. Naruto yells, "Boss Gamma," as he, Pa, and Ma watch the 3 giants take off. Damn it. This is getting too tiring. They just keep coming with their damn powers. It's driving me up the damn wall. The weary blonde next to him nodded as Pa said, "Calm down Naruto-kun. We can beat him, it will just take time. Hold them off while me and Ma get ready for our illusions." Then he and Ma clasped hands and began concentrating their nature chakra for their next assault. The blonde was prepared to charge, but he wasn't nearly as prepared for what would happen next. As the Preta path prepared to seize him, Diva Path pointed his right hand out at him and suddenly dragged him to the two. Before putting the blonde in a sleeper hold and beginning to absorb Naruto's Sage Chakra, Preta Path punched him in the stomach. Naruto's Sage mode failed in a matter of seconds, and he returned to his normal self. They couldn't do anything right now because Pa and Ma were still preparing for their attacks over to the side. Now that this fucking thing was stealing his Sage Chakra, Naruto was feeling like a complete mess, and he was powerless to stop it. Hey wait. Naruto then recalled a crucial fact about Sage Chakra. Without the right training, which this fool lacked, it was extremely difficult to control. Naruto closed his eyes and began collecting more and more Sage Chakra for the Preta Path to absorb with a renewed sense of resolve. When Diva Path closed his eyes, he assumed the Kyuubi container was giving up, but he was surprised to see the Preta Path begin to change into a statue that resembled a frog. Even though Zetsu was still missing, Naruto didn't care because it meant he wouldn't be interrupted in his fight against the final path. The blonde then used brute force to destroy the Preta Path's arms, making the count 1 versus 2. Despite Diva Path's expression remaining emotionless, Naruto gasped, "Now it's just you and me, you bastard." "Yes, I believe it is." Diva Path points his left hand at Ma and Pa just before they release their delusions. Suddenly, Pa is dragged to the Diva Path, where he draws one of his black pike blades. Naruto tries to save Pa as Ma cries out for him, but it is all in vain because Diva Path stabbed and killed Pa. While Ma sobbed off to the side, Naruto lay on the ground in shock, staring at his Toad Master's lifeless body. With his fist cocked back, Naruto leapt to his feet and charged at the remaining path. Instead, Pa's body was thrown into his stomach, sending him back to his starting point until he was dragged once more to the Diva Path, where he was strangled and slammed to the ground. Then he pinned Naruto's hands to the ground by stabbing them both with the black blade. Zetsu had made the decision to emerge from the ground beside the Diva Path at this precise moment. Diva Path and Naruto argue about justice, peace, and other nonsense for the next few minutes. The next thing the three know, Hinata suddenly appears and tries to attack Pain from behind, but Zetsu and he retreat before she can strike them. "What the hell are you doing, Hinata? Get out of here, it's too dangerous," Naruto shouted. Hinata's voice startled Naruto a little as she said, "I know, I'm just being selfish." Still rooted to the ground, Naruto yelled, "What are you talking about? I'm here on my own free will. I used to cry and always give up. I nearly went the wrong way, but you showed me the right way. I was always chasing you, trying to overtake you. I just wanted to walk with you. I wanted to be with you. You changed me. Your smile saved me. So I'm not afraid to die protecting you. Because I love you." That caught Naruto off guard. After that, Hinata used the Yuho Soshiken to charge at Pain, but a Shinra Tensei blew her away. Then Pain approaches her body and uses his black blade to stab her. Pain was unaware that he had let loose a force that would ultimately lead to his demise. As Naruto watched his friend get stabbed by this madman, all of his pain and rage grew inside of him. Rei was starting to feel a little scared for her lover, and he simply couldn't contain it any longer. Was Naruto's final, ferocious roar, releasing all of his anger. As he transformed into his six-tailed half-demon form, his voice became demonic and began to shake the ground. From Naruto's position, a huge beam shot upward, instantly separating the clouds. Every spectator in the vicinity gasped and struggled to catch their breath due to the amount of chakra and ki that was released. When Rei attacked all those years ago, it was nearly as high as hers. Ma was unconscious off to the side, while Bunta, Ken, and Hiro had been desummoned and were recuperating back at Toad Mountain. Throughout this, Diva's path remained emotionless. A figure with 6 appendages stood in the center of the dust cloud, thrashing aggressively behind it as it began to disperse. When it turned out that the figure was Naruto in his strongest form right now, he was furious. Because his shirt had been torn off by the explosion, Naruto's somewhat hairy upper body was visible. His fingernails became claws of steel. His eyes were a hybrid of his demonic and Sharingan eyes. The 3 tomos surrounding the black slit that ran up the center of the eye were essentially what it was. There were patches of his legs with golden fur visible through the ripped pants in multiple places. 6 long, fluffy golden foxtails were behind him, still thrashing around in a furious fashion. Naruto's face had a murderous look on it. Because of Naruto's chakra output, no Hyuga who would be watching from above could continue to observe him with their Byakugan because Naruto's intense chakra blaze would blind them. Gazing at his opponent's expressionless face, Naruto snarled. After that, Naruto vanished, shocking Pain and Zetsu, who had been standing aside, until the buzzing sound of a Rasen Shuriken filled their ears and a red version of his Rasen Shuriken struck Zetsu from above, destroying him completely. Pain had to jump away from the impact blast, which was at least twice as large, unless he wanted to be pulled into it. In a flash, Pain was launched towards the crater's walls as Naruto materialized behind him. When Pain straightened up, he saw Naruto's irate face just inches from his own. Naruto got a kick to Pain's face, which sent him flying back as well, but Pain moved quickly and unleashed a Shinra Tensai. Before he can move, Naruto flips, skids to a stop, and then appears in front of Pain. He slams his fist into his stomach, causing Pain to cough up blood. Then, before Spartan kicked him directly into the wall, Naruto kneed him in the face, causing Pain's face to snap back. Yes, I'm referring to the same kick from 300. Pain was battered into the ground and was barely able to stand. Since he, the other paths, Kisame, Zetsu, and Konan were a group of dangerous S-rank nin, he believed that this attack would be simple. However, he was half dead with a vengeful demon in front of him because he didn't understand that nothing in this world is simple. He was aware that in order to use the Chibaku Tensai, he needed to get closer to his actual body and not too far from the blonde. Naruto approached Diva Path's downed body, removed one of the black rods from Pain's cloak, and then killed him by slicing Diva Path's throat. After examining the rod and inserting it into his leg, which caused him to flinch, he forced nature chakra into the rod and saw a mountain in the distance that appeared to be composed of paper. Then, inside the mountain, he saw the rippled eyes of the real Pain. He removed the rod and threw it to the ground after locating it, then started running in that direction. I'll skip over the conversation between Nagato and Naruto and go on. The Leaf Village began to rebuild after the battle was eventually over. Being a man army has its advantages, and Naruto assisted with the repair with the aid of his Kage Bushin. Naruto was also lending a hand because he would eventually require the carpentry, plumbing, and other civilian skills. Under the damned watch of Danzo, the sixth fucking Hokage, the repairs went on for roughly 4 months. Thanks to the Fire Daimyo's ruling, the damn cripple was elected to office after the battle. The Anbu Root Nin have been watching him closely ever since. No one was able to enter the blonde's compound because of the seal work his father had done. Danzo attended a cage meeting in the Land of Iron 1 week into the 4th month of the repairs. Following the meeting, rumors circulated that the next great ninja war was about to begin. Madara Uchiha reportedly made an appearance at the cage meeting and declared that Madara versus the world was the start of the 5th great ninja war. If it weren't for the fact that this man was the one who controlled my beloved Rei, the natural disaster, and that he was in possession of 7 out of the 9 Biju, it might seem like a feeble attempt at intimidation. Naruto decided it was time to eliminate this threat from the world after growing tired of the fabled Uchiha. Madara received a covert message from the blonde challenging him to the Valley of the End in 2 weeks. He was aware that Madara would agree since it would allow him to capture the 9-tailed fox, but he was unaware that the blonde had a way to get past Madara Uchiha's supposedly impenetrable defense because of Naruto's father. Essentially, how he vanishes and how every attack that tries to harm him passes right through him. He spent 2 weeks getting ready for the inevitable confrontation, which, like the other 2 battles that took place in the Valley of the End, will go down in history as a legendary event. The blonde was aware that the fight would be extremely difficult because his opponent was at least 100 years old and had accumulated a great deal of experience over the course of his life. Additionally, this man's powers were extremely powerful because he was the second person to ever control his beloved. When the time came for him to face Madara, he made a blood clone to divert the root Anbu from his entrance. He skillfully ducked past every patrol as he fled the village to the impending battlefield once the coast was clear. A few hours later, Naruto landed on top of the statue of Hashirama Senju, who was watching the raging river. He saw the masked Uchiha founder sitting idly in a crouch on top of the statue of Madara Uchiha. Naruto sensed the devilish and tainted nature of the man before him change into his own form. As the true leader of the Akatsuki emerges, Displaying his full unarmored glory, the blonde braced himself. The spaces for the picture are closed for Madara's attire in this.com. Art. Kakashi. End. Madara.1344222623. While continuing to act like Toby, Madara exclaims with joy, "So you actually made it, Naruto.kun." Naruto said softly, "O course I would find it impolite to miss your own scheduled event, nay?" Which made Madara laugh. The blonde across from Madara nodded as he said, "Too true. Now shall we start this bout and make this valley even more famous with another infamous battle? First me and my best friend, Hashirama. Then you against your best friend and my descendant Sasuke Uchiha. And finally me, the strongest Uchiha in history, against you, the second yellow flash and bearer of the true will of fire, Naruto Namikaze Uchiha." The two assumed their respective fighting positions and bided their time until Mother Nature began the fight for the world's future. A leaf fell off the nearby trees and floated to the water below as a result of a brief but powerful breeze. Tensing their muscles, both competitors watched the leaf as it floated down. The second battle of legends at the Valley of the End began when the leaf finally touched the flowing waters. The two fighters charged at each other, their arms drawn back, and delivered a punch that, when connected, caused a huge explosion.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.